Unleash the million faces, and one by one they fall. Black-hearted evil, brave-hearted hero. I am all I am, all I am. I am. Here we go, buddy. Here we go. Here we go. Buddy. Here we go. Go ahead, try to see through me. Do it if you dare. Dare. One step forward, two steps back. I'm here.
Back.
Do it. Do it. Oh, they're biting. Okay. They're into that stuff.
Biting? I can taste the day! Taste the night, save the night.
I'll be the one to carry far and wide.
Do you dare to fight? Evil's might, evil's might.
I'll be the last one standing in my eyes are filled with curiosity.
You think
that you have power over me. In this life, there's no room for you and me. So turn away, our faces, stay with me. With me. Okay, here we go. Yes! Yeah! Oh! I need to pause. Oh my god.
Worst part is it wasn't even gonna be over.
A little longer than a few minutes later.
Nick, I think I'm gonna fucking lose.
You went to go get some water.
Oh, not the last one. I think I'm gonna fucking lose it.
I have returned with my drink.
Hey, Nick. I think I'm gonna fucking lose.
You haven't already?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm perfectly fine, man.
Ever since you came back, Nick.
Oh my gosh.
See if you can make it through here, Sonic.
How about I do this, Eggman? How about you fucking die? You piece of shit. Nobody likes you, Eggman.
Sonic, you're scaring me.
Yes!
Yeah!
Alright, Sonic's story is done!
Golly, I've been waiting to tell you this. Gammatorns aren't real people. They are things created by Matanui.
Enjoyment, yes!
That's enough.
I am alive, and in your debt, my sister. Tahoe, are you okay?
I'm no longer sexist.
There's all the links and all that in the about section. If you're watching on the replays on YouTube, all the links in the description. Look at that! Hey, did you see that? The fucking cat just spun into a little ball there. Let's go! Hey! 808! Hey, who's a good kitty? Who's a good kitty? Oh, look at that! He's playing patty cake with a cat. Oh, oh, there's a little robot doggy. Hey, boy, hey, who's a good boy? No, come back, doggy. I want to pet the robot doggy. So, Nakai, what brings you to this place? Is your problem inside? I don't think it's anything in your head. The problem must be in your pants. What are you saying? Hey, what are you laughing at? Don't you laugh at it! Sorry, I was right. There is something wrong with your tackle, isn't there? I have a hard problem, arrhythmia. It's not small, damn it! She's shuffling about relentlessly, constantly swinging one leg over the other knee and then back again. She has a very irritated look on her face. Something wrong? Yes. No. Yes. She closes her eyes and draws in a deep breath. Hisao, you might not want to hear this, or maybe you do. I'm having my Her Aunt Flo decided to take a visit, I guess!
You enjoying this scene, Chase?
I don't know. I mean, you sure you still want to get risk cutting in the rain? Of course! What, the threat of rain is supposed to stop me? Nick, Emmy's literally the type of person who would go, do your worst, Storm! Wind chimes!
You know what they say, the more the merrier. You know what they say, the more the merrier. You know what they say, the more the merrier. You know what they say, the more the merrier.
Oh my gosh, Eggman's getting annoying.
You know what they say.
Oh my gosh, you gotta get out or not. Oh.
You know what they say. The more the
Oh.
You know what they say. The more the merrier. You know what they say. The more the merrier.
Sure.
Genghis, you know what they say.
The more the merrier. Is the more getting merrier or not?
You know what they say.
His silence says everything.
You know what they say.
Is the water toxic?
No, it's like water. You have a short time
Oh,
before
shit. How-
you
how-
know you start
wait,
drowning,
wait.
and
Wait, how do I swim?
you don't. Sonic can't swim, Genghis.
Oh. And it's been a while since I
It was
played.
in Sonic 2.
He swam pretty well, though, in the movie.
No, he didn't.
He saved Knuckles.
He had to use a rock to get down. It is in the fucking. Genghis, I am mad.
Are you sure you're okay?
It's nothing bad.
Okay.
I did get hit in the testicles in elementary school once, though.
I mean, Nick, are you really a man if you don't get hit in the testicles at least once?
Nah. Also, I think, the other day or the day before, I almost sat on my testicles. So there's that. I would have done a Mr. Belvedere.
You know what? I want to make that like a quota now. Like, you are not a man unless you have once hurt your testicles.
Once.
Yay, they're happily reunited. Oh, that's
Man,
happy.
would it be funny if like somehow like the fucking like things just immediately died right there? I was fucking kidding!
Oh my god, you were
Fucking kidding!
They actually died on the spot!
I was fucking kidding! What the fuck? That would be great.
Oh!
I'm just reminded of the.
Wait, hold up. Oh shit! Super Sonic just fucking tossed him like a ragdoll! Yo! Oh man, these Super Sonic fights are so fucking hype, I love it.
I love this series, Genghis.
Oh, this is amazing. Oh my god, are we gonna do what I think we're gonna do? Are we gonna- Yes, we're gonna fucking use the big sword!
Oh my gosh!
We're gonna use his own fucking-
Wait.
We're gonna use his own fucking sword to kill him!
Oh shit!
Yo!
Oh my gosh!
Oh!
Holy shit!
Oh!
Yo! Yo!
Holy shit!
Let's fucking go! What the heck's going on?
Here we go! I'll remember the chorus to the song. Live and love. Live and love. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, it's tomorrow.
Works of yesterday.
They probably dodged a bullet with,
Yes!
knowing off the way he did. The way they, never
Yes!
since the way they did.
There we go! Yes! God, this level's so fucking annoying when it comes to S ranking. I have to use the restroom.
That,
I'll be back.
I gotta go find my phone.
Oh, no, you're not criminals, never mind then.
Say,
Oh, they're political prisoners.
Political prisoner camp.
Oh my gosh, Hugo just fucking built up, straight up built camps in Arkham. What the fuck?
Dude, no. They built it to keep away from the other
Oh!
prisoners.
Oh, they're homeless camps. Oh my gosh. I
Genius.
When you said camps, my mind went to, oh my god, Hugo built those fucking camps in Arkham? They're like my mind went to fucking World War II Germany camps. Strange put not only dangerous thugs behind those walls, but also folks he doesn't want talking about him. Okay, well hold on. Actually, I have to ask Nick. So, he didn't build those camps, but I have to ask, would Hugo build those camps? Legitimate question, by the way.
Well, what do we
I
have
don't
here?
know.
Weird out of place plants,
That-
check. Mindless hypnotized
That answer
henchmen,
honestly terrifies
check.
me even more.
The oh so subtle odor of
That
rotting
honestly terrifies me even more. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch stuff.
The only really issue I have with Lincoln is his introduction. Well, I mean, he got assassinated for one thing, so we don't know how the end of his presidency would have played out.
I think he would
But
have
he-
become back to unpopular because he was at the end of the Civil War. He was a bit more on being nicer to the South as opposed to.
To be fair, you know, you don't want them. You don't want a second Civil War.
Yeah, you don't want to get the South all angry again.
You don't want to kill all of them and make a bunch of martyrs.
You just waged a huge war just to get a whole half of your country back. You don't want to lose that half country again. So, you know, yeah, you gotta be a little nicer to the South.
You know, be gracious in victory.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, his
Yeah, but like dealing with the South had to be handled very carefully. It was not handled very carefully.
Was very, very mixed.
Yeah. Yeah, you had to really hammer them culturally.
Wait,
And they
who,
didn't.
They didn't.
who was
Andrew fucking Johnson, not Andrew Johnson. What was that? Was it Andrew
Yeah,
Johnson?
Yes. And
I was
so-
just
but okay,
Andrew
so-
Jackson for a second there.
Andrew Jackson.
Okay, so here's the thing that went wrong with Reconstruction.
Okay.
One,
Hmm.
they basically treated the South as second class.
Oh.
And they left troops in the South to make sure no chicanery.
To be fair, that's
They had a point after they pulled out, which they did decades
Okay.
later. And what happened after is Jim Crow was almost instantly instituted.
Yeah, good job there, guys.
Like as soon as the army left, boom!
Wow, guys, you really did a good job there in the South. The minute you left Jim Crow laws, good job, guys. You really
And
did
it
your
wasn't
job
just
well.
Jim Crow lynchings.
You guys really did a good job there.
Yeah, they treated them like
they should have had the army in there for at minimum 25 years, and they should have hammered them culturally during that time to like work out take down any resentment.
Yeah, they were very much. That is when like the whole lost cause thing became, like, essentially the treatment of the North in general, not just not just them having an army there, but also politically. A lot of the southern states, conveniently, were the first southern states to have black senators and representatives.
Okay.
Because, you know, they had a huge population, so yeah.
Okay.
And so they basically just took the hatred of the war, of what happened, of the consequences of their own actions, aka the American Civil War, on the people they continued to abuse.
Yay, good job there, guys. You did a real good job. Woo!
Yeah.
Can't
And the
wait to
North,
see-
like, at just that point is like, I'm so tired. And besides, we did a good thing. Now we could just go back to normal.
You know, the South could have avoided all this if they just didn't attack Fort Sumter.
It just didn't attack Fort Sumter.
Oh, by the way, you know what Razorfist argued?
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest.
Lincoln left Fort Sumter to be occupied as a provocation for a civil war. So he argued that that Lincoln caused the American Civil War.
Look, the guy's a fucking internet, personality, not a history expert. So ooh.
No, he says he read 200 history books. Oh yeah.
That
You believe him?
No, I don't believe that.
Man,
I'm making fun of him.
I read 200 history books. Anyways, history has told me that Abraham Lincoln was evil. I don't know, man. Like
Mr. Fist, how long were those history books? About a page each.
About a page.
And conveniently about the same. They have like similar opinions.
Dude, I swear, like, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really care about Razor Fist. I never even watch any of his stuff, so I don't really care.
He's just a metal hipster.
What's a metal?
He works on hipster logic. He's a hipster who loves metal. Yeah, he loves metal, and he's a hipster who acts like for France makes better comics than Japan.
Okay.
And he says that anime and manga just rips off France, and also they're bad. Yeah, he loves European comics.
Oh. Well.
And also he's well known for saying that The Witcher ripped off Alec Melbourne.
What? What's that?
I would say that it took inspiration, but having read The Witcher and having.
Wait, what's the thing it took inspiration
Okay, so
from?
Alec Melbourne.
Yeah, what is
just
this?
think. Okay, so Alec Melbourne was a pulp hero in.
It was made by Michael Moorcock.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's one of the big sword and sorcery characters.
And his gimmick is that he's an adventurer, but evil.
Okay.
Not like Conan, where he can do immoral things.
Just
because he's a barbarian. He's full on evil, and he's like a former king of a long dead empire, which is basically the Dark Elves, because basically GW ripped them off.
GW ripped off. GW. All right, you know the Chaos gods from GW. Chaos.
Yeah, Chaos.
Taken a lot of that is taken from
Elric.
Ah. Real quick though, like, nothing's really. You didn't think about that. Nothing's really original.
Well, yeah, but
hey,
I will just say that GW does it better than Elric, because Elric is cringe.
I actually have one of the Elric collections. I haven't got into it yet. It's been I really want to read the novel The Fortress of the Pearl, because that just has such a cool name.
Huh. Okay. Man, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of this stuff is going over my head. I don't know any of these things. Just out of control. Whoosh.
I basically know the. Yeah. It was basically just a big. He's an edgy sword and sorcery character, who a lot of people took stuff from.
Ah.
And so that's one of the major inspiration for any dark fantasy. There's some form of connection to Elric. Somewhere. Any dark fantasy, there's one thing, including having a sword that is enchanted to kill two, that will end up killing you at the end because it's bloodthirsty.
I yearn for the blood of my enemies. Alright. Wow, that sounds very fun. Oh wow. My sword will kill you because it's thirsty for the enemies. Ooh, wow. That sounds like. Okay, don't take this the wrong way, but at least, from my end, not knowing that stuff, it kind of sounds like, like, oh man, this is my character. It's like Conan, but he's actually just 100% evil.
I think they had a crossover.
Really?
I think they had a yeah, it was in a comic.
Oh.
Look, so here's the thing. A lot of fantasy for rip-offs of each other. It's like, this is my fantasy story. It's clearly not Tolkien.
And ultimately,
in a town with a dark lord sending the ring wraiths to kill these four kids.
And ultimately, you can all trace it back to reworks of history or mythology.
Yeah, pretty much.
But that proves my point, though. Nothing, when you think about it, nothing really is 100% original. Everything's ripping off.
You know that meme?
So.
You know that meme where it's like, oh man, I wish I could be like the masters, and it's like a Renaissance artist, and it goes to like the Romans, and it's like, I wish I could be like the masters, and it goes to like a work of like you know, like a fucking cave painting, and it goes to the caveman, he's like, I'm the best.
I'm the best. Damn right you are, caveman. Damn right you are. It's great. Nah, but like I said though, like nothing's 100% original. Everything's been ripped off, influenced by something. A lot of stories I have are just heavily influenced by things I've seen. So like, nothing's 100% original. It's just.
Well, yeah, it's the problem is not that people. Well, some people kind of.
Well, some people are just not that.
Yeah.
You know. Well, gonna put it bluntly. Some people just aren't that bright. You know.
Some people are stupid.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with saying that. It's a fact. Some people are, at the end of the day, in life, they're just gonna be real dum-dums. Like saying, oh man, I read.
He acts like a wannabe Chad too. Like his channel was called the Rageaholic because he was always angry. He's always angry, and he's always in that ranty tone.
He's always angry? That sounds miserable. That sounds miserable.
No, he's always angry. Sounds exhausting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we don't know if he's a nihilist yet, not so.
Yeah, kind of.
Well,
he's an objectivist. Razorfist is a fan of Iran.
Razorfist. I once heard him claim he was Christian. I don't know if that's changed recently, but maybe he is.
Okay. Good for him. I guess.
See, he seems like the kind of guy who would claim he's agnostic.
Yeah, that's what I heard him say. He's like he likes the devil imagery.
I didn't say there was anything bad about it. He just seems like one of those people.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
there's nothing wrong with that. My Saku feet.
No, I understand what that is. It's just like, oh, you know, he's not. He becomes a centrist, not because he's not devoted enough to believe in a faith, and he's not conceited enough to believe in nothing. So he wants to peg himself right in the middle so that he can never seem to be wrong.
He's kind of a prick like that.
That's just his personality based on his online persona. He's a prick.
He's one of those guys that just wants to be right 100% of the time, all the time.
Yes.
And to be right, and so to not be wrong, he always stays vague.
I hate those people.
Yes.
Those guys are real annoying.
He's a habit, also really up their own ass.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah, and don't you dare try to argue with him because he's just gonna.
He's right 100% of the time. Fuck you.
Okay. Well, have no intent on watching him, so I don't.
I like his
So,
metal history videos.
huh?
Yeah.
Like when
Essentially-
I watched it a few years ago.
Yeah, essentially when he focused on like the stuff that he likes, when he's not doing like commentary stuff, it's pretty decent. Like he did
Actually,
recommend some stuff.
Okay. But oh wait, so is he one? Wait, so is this main content like reaction to like what is our president up to this time? Oh man, it's Joe over. Oh no.
Yeah.
I have no. Then in that case, I have no intent on watching that shit.
He was originally popular, like I think, like complaining about journalism, video games, and stuff. Back in like.
Yeah, he was sort of tangentially part of like the boom of Gamergate. That's why like Sargon had him on, a lot of other places had him on, and that's just what spread his clickbait.
That's just.
And then he just said, yeah, he was totally for Trump for a video when he finally got into politics itself.
Well, that's a great way to get, people to pay attention to your video. You say, I like so-and-so controversial guy, like the Donald. It's like, hey, I'm gonna vote for him. That immediately goes, oh my gosh, he's gonna vote for the Donald. I have to watch this video, so that way either I could agree with him or hate him. So
feels like, I feel like he's doing he vocalized that he was for Trump, not because he was actually for Trump's politics, but because it pissed people off. And he could be a hipster about it.
That's my problem when you deal with hipsters. You don't know whether it's genuine or it's because
they just want to piss people off.
Or no, just because it's not popular. Like, why hate on anime and saying that everything is garbage? Why promote BattleTech?
So he just wants to be a
dissing on. Yeah. He was actually the first person that I learned BattleTech from, and part of his introduction to BattleTech was dissing on Gundam.
What does he not like about Gundam?
Teenagers riding mechs.
Oh, you whatever you do, don't show him Evangelion then.
Oh, he probably did, and he probably would probably say something crap about Anno being pretentious.
Oh my gosh, I just watched Evangelion. Why are teenagers allowed to pilot these robots? This is so unrealistic. Oh my gosh, 0 out of 10 anime right there. Oh my goodness.
No, he'd probably say something about how pretentious it is.
Pretentious?
And overrated. Yeah. Remember, the hipster takes, not like he's not. It's the hipster take, not so much the.
Oh man, Mr. Anno, I just watched your latest movie, Shin Kamen Rider, and I have to say that was the worst garbage I've ever seen. Why the fuck is he dressed like a grasshopper? Do you know how unrealistic that is, you fucking pretentious prick? No, he should be dressed like Superman! Is that actually something he would say?
I think that he would just say Tokusatsu sucks in general.
Okay. Well, fun.
Speaking Tokusatsu.
I just want to say though, just real quick. Everything though just sounds. What you said. This guy just sounds miserable. I would feel miserable watching his stuff. Like,
yeah, that's why I stopped after a while.
After a while though, you still watched it.
Yes.
I'm sorry. No, but like
some of his videos, like the metal history, and when he was talking about like how to get into Alric or the Shadow was very interesting. And there is one video that is pretty decent. It's like Hollywood is always red, and it just talks about communism in Hollywood.
Huh. Can I ask though, why so this all came up because you said you're in another server where there's a bunch of Razorfest, followers. How come you're still in the server?
They just showed up.
Oh, they just showed up?
I've been there for a long time, and the guy who's running on it, we've known each other for a while, so.
Oh.
On that, and like I met some other friends.
Okay. And then this.
Other people.
And all of a sudden, Razorfist people came in like, hey, guys.
A couple of people. Okay, so it was a couple of people who started to have like some takes that it's like, and they started acting like similar to Razorfist. So I was like, still mad at them for having stupid opinions, but I know that arguing with them is pointless. And then they say, oh yeah, Razorfist. It's like, oh, that explains it.
Razorfist sama. Mr. Razorfist, I am here to tell I am a big fan of the laser.
Like a streaming back room.
In the back room? What you post?
One of them seems reasonable. Because a friend of mine actually did straight up debate him. And
debate? I'm so sorry.
Well, it was a good debate. It didn't evolve into ad hominem.
Alright.
War.
Ad hominem. That's the word of the day. Ad hominem.
Yeah. Personal insults or counter attacks.
Ooh. That is considered a logical fallacy when it comes to debates. Oh man. Oh, you know what I'm reminded of actually? Ad hominem. You know what I'm actually reminded of? So, it's reminded me of this meme. So, okay, so context. So recently, Ruby, the show Ruby, is back in the spotlight again for various reasons. But this time, it's because there was a scene. For context, there was two scenes. One, these two characters, like in Rooster Teeth's show, they just came out as, oh, we are lesbians now. Woo! It's like, okay, cool.
Was it Bumblebee?
Yeah, it was Bumblebee. I even have a toy of Bumblebee. Studio Series 100 Bumblebees with my Studio Series Optimus Prime.
You know what I was talking about.
I know what you're talking about. The movie Bumblebee.
I was thinking weirdly, when you were talking about logical fallacies, Changas, I was reminded of the time when I was young and dumb, and I used to watch Movie Bob a lot.
Oh.
I don't now because I realized that everything he says is just rubbish.
I'll one up you. I watched Movie Bob and Jim Sterling.
Oh, Discord sound bites. Oh boy.
And I was like second or third generation of people who watched that guy with the glasses stuff or Channel Awesome. Yeah,
I did so too.
And so I'm reminded of the fact that one of the things that Bob always loved to do is just bring up the No True Scotsman argument for a lot of things.
What's that?
It basically means like, oh, have you ever said, oh, no true something would like, for instance, no true Korean would eat their kimchi without. So it's a logical fallacy that just meant nobody can definitively say that a member of their, can definitively talk as a member of a whole group.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm like, oh yeah, I remember. Like I remember logical fallacies and how much Bob really didn't follow them, but whatever. I still remember the time when the one video of his that that turned me off of him was his video on vacation.
Okay.
This was also my departure from Marxism.
Oh.
But not just before I refound my faith. So like that was a really weird part of my youth that I don't look too fondly on.
Huh. I knew a guy actually who, during high school, he started getting into like Marxism. I don't know whatever happened to him, but I know he was originally of like, I think Islam faith. He was a Muslim, but then one day he just started saying, I think I was starting reading communism stuff, and I think that's pretty cool. Also, my Muslim religion's kind of stupid. It's like, okay. So I don't know. Not to get too deep into that, but I just it kind of makes me go, whatever happened to that guy? I wonder what he's up to now. I wonder what he's up to. You finished the body pillow, Chelsea. You were actually doing that? Oh no. Alright. I want to see what you did, Chelsea.
Oh, was it my joke about the waifu? Like, where's the waifu?
No, she said she's like I could edit the picture she made of me with hugging a pillow, but like put in like Ultraman or something like that. I was like, ooh, I would love that actually. So I guess she's been working on that all this time. So I kind of want to see it now, Chelsea. I would love to see it. I'm going to adore the drawing. Oh, fantastic. Let me bear witness. I must bear witness, Chelsea. Witness me!
As you pull up in the truck.
Exactly. That's what I feel like whenever I drive downtown. Oh yeah, by the way, I drove downtown.
Okay, so I was...
Oh no, go ahead.
I was on I'm kind of just scrolling on Reddit, killing time, and I found my meme posted by Black Comic. It was the new Gundam one, the high new.
Oh, that's great. Comet reposted your meme on Reddit.
I can see it. It's a useless Black Comet.
Oh my goodness, that's great. No, but no, I was driving in downtown today, and that was just miserable. I hate driving downtown. I don't know who the fuck wants to live downtown LA. That place is just, I hate it so much. I hate that place so much. I don't like driving there, but I had to drive there today. And I gotta drive there again next week. And it's like, it is a fucking terrible experience. You don't want to go downtown LA when you're driving.
It's available.
Oh, let me see. Ha! That's great, Chelsea. That's wonderful, Chelsea. Oh my gosh, thank you, Chelsea. I'm gonna treasure that. I will treasure that so much, Chelsea. You have no idea. I love that so much. I'm gonna treasure it. I'm gonna treasure it with all my heart, all my soul. Oh my goodness, it's fantastic. All right.
So Let's start.
You want to start? Okay. Hi, everyone. We're starting now. 40 minutes
40
in.
minutes in!
And we're finally starting. Hey, everyone. That was a huge rant tangent about Abraham Lincoln and all that. So yeah, hope you enjoyed that.
Hope you enjoy our rant about when you passed away presidents and YouTube silly men.
There's a fly in the room.
And exposing a bit of how cringe we were when we were younger.
So yeah, I hope you guys all enjoyed that. Where is Nick, by the way? I just realized Nick's still not here. I see him online. Nick. Oh, you know, I'll bother him when it's close to his turn. All right. So hey, welcome to the podcast. Looks like people actually left. Oh well. All right then. Well, that's what the replays for YouTube are. This is 2 Cents Podcast. We're talking about a lot of stuff tonight. We're talking about superheroes. And I guess also speaking of religion. We're speaking of religion. Because apparently I didn't realize, but tomorrow's Easter. I had no idea tomorrow was Easter, actually. Until
he is risen.
Oh, is he risen?
The Lord.
Wait, is it already where you are?
No, he has not. He has not risen. Risen yet, just yet.
Okay, he will rise in about 1 hour.
He'll rise in about 1 hour. Arise! Arise! I'm reminded of the meme where this kid just put his fingers in this other kid's nostrils, just pulled him. Arise! Arise, and you will be saved!
Were the angels just hanging out, just waiting for the time? Like, they were just chilling as the Roman guards were asleep, just chilling in front of the tomb, just waiting until their sundials turned to 12 at
I don't know,
midnight.
man. I don't know. It's like, ooh, arise! Arise, and you will be saved! So we are in guess tomorrow we're gonna be in somewhat of a religious mood. Because what better way to celebrate the rising of our Lord than with Sonic? That's what I say. So that's right. Sonic died for our sins, and he rose again, thanks to the power of the Chaos Emeralds.
Shadow fought the devil.
Genghis, you just think yourself that then your Easter game must be Sonic 06.
I can't. I don't have 06. I'm waiting for Project 06 to be finished. I'm not playing shitty the shitty version of 06. I'm waiting for Project 06 to be finished. That's the whole point of Project 06 is it reworks the entire Sonic 06 game from the ground up. So I'm waiting for that. That's what I say. But yeah, so we're in a bit of a religious mood this weekend. So there we go. So with that said then, real quick as usual, all these streams will be on YouTube, so there we go. Follow the social media links, we got Discord, and if you want to donate, we got Stream Elements. Alright, there we go, boring stuff out of the way. So speaking of rising again, Ultraman died for our sins, and he rose again! And that's partially a joke. Partially a joke.
Of course, anime.
It's Tokusatsu. Ultraman's Tokusatsu. So anyways, I watched Shin Ultraman again. So that's my topic. So I watched Shin Ultraman again. That's a movie that I watched a while back. I believe we talked about it on 2 Cents before. So this is me revisiting Shin Ultraman again. Just so you know what I think about it after watching it again. And I gotta say that this movie still rocks. This is still a good movie in my opinion. I like it. I like it a lot. Part of me still wishes. I remember when I first watched it, I said, I think Shin Ultraman works better as a series, like a TV series. Part of me still thinks that would work better. But now, after rewatching Shin Ultraman, I kind of come to appreciate the movie for what it is a lot more. So real quick, let me give you let's rewind the clock. Okay, let's let's turn on your time machine, dial the clock back a few years, and let's go back in time. So imagine this. So I believe. Hold on, real quick. I have to check something real quick. Ultraman was the
60s. 1966.
1966. Okay, so rewind your time machine clocks. So we're traveling to the 1960s. So some Japanese guy named Tsuburaya, known for his work for the special effects and the rubber suits for Gojira, 1954. And what happened was he decided, you know what, I'm gonna create my own show. My own little special effects show. It's called Ultraman, and it was a huge success.
Well, it does pertain to Shin Ultraman. Also, we should talk about the original series before the red and silver attack.
All right. Well. To be fair though, I haven't watched. I don't remember much from the original series. I watched that a while back. I've recently been watching Ultra 7 though.
Well, I was mentioning Ultra Q.
Oh, Ultra Q, yeah. So before Ultraman, so before Ultraman, our boy Tsuburaya created a little show called Ultra Q, which is basically like. Imagine something like the Twilight Zone, where you're like, oh man, it's like Twilight Zone, all these like weird science fiction phenomena going on. You don't know what's going on. It's all a mystery. There's a twist and stuff, and overall, the whole point of Ultra Q was just kind of pretty much Tsuburaya's own show inspired by stuff like the Twilight Zone. Where it's like, oh man, humanity has to deal with all these weird things going on. Oh man, there's like a lake monster. There's a monster named Gomez. He's coming up from the ground. He's terrorizing people. What do we do? How do we deal with it? And so that's like the whole thing. That was pretty much a large premise of the show. Just how does humanity deal with all these like Twilight fiction looking, Twilight Zone look, scenarios. What's that picture? Looks like an Ultraman character. That is Ultraman. That is Ultraman, anime guy. It is Ultraman.
Yeah, we're talking about the big guy himself.
Yeah. So we're giving a little context real quick before we go to Shin Ultraman. So Ultra Q is like, again, how does humanity deal with like Twilight Zone like scenarios? And so eventually though, Tsuburaya was like, what if? Okay, so I like the idea we did with Ultra Q, but what if we did something like that? But let's put in Superman. Let's put in like our own like Superman. So we got Ultraman. He created Ultraman, this giant silver red giant. He came from the planet M87. He comes down to Earth, and he's here to, save the day, fight monsters, and all that scenarios and stuff. And really, I guess a big part of original Ultraman was it's similar to Ultra Q. Just how do we as humans deal with all these weird monsters, these weird scenarios going on? What happens when monsters threaten humanity? But then we add in Superman, which is our giant Ultraman.
I just realized that my High New Gundam meme.
Yeah.
Called Char a motherfucker. And on that is that I just realized he double entendre.
Lala Soon could have been a mother to me.
Magic is silently patting himself on the back for that June.
Nice job, Magic. No, but
I'm a genius. That was intentional from the beginning, completely, totally.
Oh man. No, but so yeah, like that's like pretty much what was going on. The whole thing with Ultraman, is similar premise to Ultra Q, but now we got introduced to this Superman-like character, Ultraman. but the thing is though, so the big thing though about what separates Ultraman from like usual like Superman stuff is Ultraman only shows up whenever Ultraman showed up in his own show, he was only there to show up as like a last resort. Because the whole point of Ultraman was, he wanted character Ultraman, he wanted humanity to be able to progress and, you know, figure out on their own how to deal with these scenarios. And Ultraman only came in whenever, you know, things got so grim that humans can no longer deal with the situation. You know, what happens, you know, like, for example, like, we're doing really good with fighting this monster. Oh shit, the monster just pulled out, you know, his trap, Uno reverse card. Fuck, what do? We weren't prepared for this, so that's when Ultraman steps in. And he goes, hey ya!
Wait, where is Shin going? He needs to be around here to help us. Oh, there's Ultraman.
Shin, where were you? Ultraman just beat the shit out of that monster. Sorry, guys. I ate that burrito from Paco's last night. It's not sitting well. Oh, understandable, Shin. Understandable, man. So, and that's another thing that separates Ultraman from like your like Superman characters. So, a big part about Ultraman was that when he first came to you know, our planet Earth, he killed a guy on accident. So imagine So imagine if Superman came to Earth, but not as Clark Kent, as fully grown Superman, and he comes to Earth, and the first thing he does is he accidentally kills a guy. What do? Imagine your first showing into Earth is Superman just accidentally, you know, like kills a guy.
Let me pulls up the phone. Lex Luthor, put the suit on.
Put the suit on. So that's what happens in original Ultraman. But the thing is, Ultraman though, the character, he's like, oh man, hey bud, sorry, I didn't mean to kill you. Fuck, shit, man. Okay, here, you know what? Here's the deal. I'm going to merge with you. What's your name, human? Shin. Hayata. Okay, Shin. I'm going to merge with you. We're gonna become pretty much like one being. You're gonna be my host, and pretty much anytime, you know, like things get troublesome, like you having trouble fighting the monster, here's this little stick thing. It's called a beta capsule. You just press that button, and you will transform into me, and I'll be there to save the day. And that's pretty much how Ultraman starts off. You know, Shin Hayata gets the beta capsule, turns into Ultraman whenever things get too dire for humans to deal with, and saves the day. But then what really happens though is towards the end of the show of Ultraman, things get interesting where it really hammers in home the point of humanity needs to learn how to progress on its own. It can't just rely on Ultraman forever, to the point that, you know, like, all of a sudden, there comes this alien monster named Zeton. He comes in and beats the shit out of Ultraman. And all the human characters are like, oh, fuck, what do we do? What do we do? Ultraman's dead! Shit, usually in this scenarios we need Ultraman, but we can't! We have no choice but to rely on our own, you know, wits, guts, ingenuity, our human will to survive, etc. And eventually, long story short, they succeed. They do that. They beat Zeton all on their own. Ultraman doesn't beat the bad guy at the end. Humanity does. And then some guy named Zoffy comes up in a big red sphere and he's like, "Hey Ultraman, we're coming back to our home planet. Look, Zoffy, look, man. Hey, look, I merged with this human. Can I just stay here? No, but look, we gotta bounce. Leave the human." Well, okay. At least let me, you know, let me give like some of my life force to him, so that way he stays alive, and then we could bounce back to our home planet. All right, cool, bro. And that's what happens. So, So originally though, when Ultraman gives up his life to save Shin Hayata's life, to separate themselves, that was supposed to be in. Ultraman was like gonna pretty much die there. But then, you know, Ultraman turned out to be super successful. So they're like, you know what? Let's bring Ultraman back. Let's do a little retcon, you know, like a comic. So, just like comic writing, you know, let's do a little retcon. Oh, it turns out he didn't die. He just gave only a bit of his life force to Shin Hayata, so that way both are still alive. And then they could become Ultraman again, for later, for future additions to the franchise. So all of that was just explaining really briefly the premise of the original Ultraman show. So then fast forward a little bit. Let's not go to the 2020s just yet. So let's fast forward a little bit, a few years, maybe a decade or so. And in comes this guy named Hideaki Anno. And if anyone recognizes that name, Hideaki Anno, it's because this man, he created a little show everyone likes to call Neon Genesis Evangelion. And reason why I mentioned Evangelion is because Mr. Anno, while Evangelion, Evangelion's gonna become important later too. I'm gonna make a big point about Evangelion too later. But Mr. Anno, when you're writing Evangelion, there's a whole thing about he used as a conduit to vent his depression and stuff. So there is and you could argue there is a case for that. But then at the same time, there's also the case for, at the same time, a lot of Evangelion is just Anno going, I kind of want to do sort of my own sort of show, like Ultraman. Something like Ultraman, but put a spin on it, essentially. I want to focus more on the human characters than Ultraman himself. I want to focus on, definitely that aspect, how does humanity deal with these threats and stuff. And you can kind of see that in Evangelion, how while you can see you can argue the Eva units themselves, they're like Ultraman. But really, at the end of the day, it's about their pilots, Shinji, Asuka, Rei, those trio, and all their, crew and Nerve. That's who the real focus is. And how they deal with all this stuff, while also dealing with their own, personal bullshit at the time. So, there's a lot but other than that, and not just that, but also on a surface level too, just a lot of visual stuff is referencing Ultraman. And also Kamen Rider and stuff. Everyone always says, "Oh man, Hideaki Anno, you must be So everyone always thinks because of Evangelion, man, Mr. Anno, you must be depressed 24/7. Nah, half the time he's just on the playground doing Ultraman Kamen Rider poses.
It's like Tomino and Anno, Predator Handshake. Being really fucking weird with their mood swings.
What it reminds me of? It reminds me of creation versus creator, Junji Ito. All his horror manga. It's oh my gosh, and then it just shows Junji Ito like cat ears, all happy, yay! And you got Miyazaki oh man, this is a beautiful Ghibli film. And then there's Miyazaki. Humanity was a mistake.
My son, you have made a movie. It was a failure.
So that's Anno. They're oh man, Evangelion's end of Evangelion. It's really oh man, mind trip. Fuck, it gets kind of depressing at times. What about Anno's there he is on the playground, doing Kamen Rider poses. Henshin, huh? So Anno's just a big nerd, and I love him. I love him. That he's just a big nerd. So that out of the way. Now, fast forward again to the 2020s. So now we get to Shin Ultraman. So, oh not. No!
I got.
Oh, there we go. He's back.
Also,
yes.
Also, anime fans, you're trying to say, why is this character dressing scantily clad? Well, actually, it's very important and very tied to the themes of the story. And it really is a reference to the Grapes of Wrath, and then the creator, I just wanted to draw boobies.
Boobies. But anyway, so fast forward to the 2020s. So, well, actually, a little bit before the 2020s. So, Anno is in the middle of production for, Evangelion and Rebuild 3.0 plus 1.0, the fourth Evangelion movie. And Subaraya, they come to Mr. Anno and go, hey, you want to do Ultraman? And Anno looked at Subaraya in the eyes. Well, the company, not the man. The man's long gone, but the company. He goes to the company. Subaraya and goes, shit, Edward, that's all you had to say. I love Ultraman. And so one of the reasons why the fourth Evangelion movie was delayed was not only was because he was also producing at the same time Shin Godzilla and Shin Ultraman. So that's what's been going on. So what happens is then, now we get to the actual movie, Shin Ultraman. And Shin Ultraman is basically this... Thank you, Matchstick. Yes. Thank you, Matchstick. That's great. But, okay, well, so Shin Ultraman is Arnold's sort of retelling remake of... You really love that movie.
I'm proud of myself. I was like, oh man, unintentional genius.
Genius. Oh no, not! We lost Nod!
I'm the greatest genius.
No, we lost Nod again. Shit. Let's wait.
It's also just really funny.
Oh, there he is.
Not.
Alright. Okay, so Shin Ultraman is a retelling, like, written, produced by Hideaki Anno, but here's the thing though. Anno didn't actually direct Shin Ultraman. His best buddy though, Shinji, what's his last name again? Not. Actually, what was his last name again? Hold on, I can look this up. Wait, Shinji Higuchi. So Shinji, his best friend Shinji Higuchi, directed Shin Ultraman. Oh,
Nada said just having technical problems.
yeah, he's having technical problems. Alright. Is Ultraman considered a waifu? No, Chelsea.
Husbando.
Husbando, maybe. But, so his best friend Shinji Higuchi was directing Ultraman. But the thing is, though, Shinji Higuchi has been working with Anno for on Evangelion for and all of his other projects for a long time. So they know each other really well. And so, while Shinji Higuchi is the one directing, you could tell visually. This is definitely like an Anno movie. This is something Hideaki Anno would make. And so Shin Ultraman is a retelling of the original Ultraman. And we talked about this before, I believe. Again, like I said before, I believe we talked about this before on a previous discussion. This is more of a revisiting.
Okay, I think I fixed things.
Alright.
Yeah, it was Higuchi, yeah. Like, I was shouting it. I'm like, oh, Changus, telling you the name.
Oh.
Yeah, it was fine.
Alright. So, I'm not gonna go too much into the whole premise of Shin Ultraman, because I think, again, I believe we talked about it before, and also, you can watch the movie yourself. There's that. But, I think really though, for this 2 cents though, I've been thinking more just about Shin Ultraman in general, like, my overall feelings and thoughts for it, and I've come to this. I have several things that came to mind. So one thing is Shin Ultraman, it is a retelling of the classic Ultraman, story from the show, but as a movie. But the whole point is, how would Ultraman work in the modern day world? Like, let's say we put Ultraman in the real world in current times. How would we react to it? And I thought about that and I realized that's kind of what Man of Steel was going for. Like, okay, so Man of Steel is, we all have our problems with the Man of Steel movie. We all have our problems with that Superman movie. But in a sense, what Zack Snyder was trying to do with Man of Steel, while we disagree on, how he did it, the idea behind it is kind of like Shin Ultraman, where, what happens when we take these, superpowered beings that, almost godlike in the real world, modern times. How would things work out? How would we react to it, etc.? It's just that Shin Ultraman does it better, because because the one thing though about Shin Ultraman is that despite Ultraman's great power, he's not a god. Despite having like these godlike powers, he's not a god. He's just some guy from another planet.
He's Ultraman to us. He is a god because he betrays abilities that we can only dream of. Ultraman is one man out of thousands of people who have the same abilities as himself.
Yeah.
So
like in a sense, like but in a sense, it is like that, like with Man of Steel, with what they're trying to do with the movie. But overall, I enjoyed Shin Ultraman more than Man of Steel, because one thing also is Shin Ultraman, despite its its premise and the idea behind it, it's not so Man of Steel, and it's just Zack Snyder in general with his DC movies. You can tell there's this like cynicism to it. There's a very cynical outlook Zack Snyder has to like Superman and Man of Steel.
Oh well, a lot of the cynicism actually comes from Snyder himself, because it's based entirely within his beliefs that if there would be a Superman in real life, this is essentially how he would act and how he would acclimate himself. Shin Ultraman is the complete opposite.
Yeah, there's no cynicism at all. I would argue it's, now that I think about it, it's kind of like it's actually kind of like how what they were doing, like the idea behind Matt Reeves' The Batman, where it's not so much a cynical outlook. It's just literally, what if we take these characters and they are exactly the same as they were from like where they came from. Ultraman is pretty much the exact same from how he was in his original 60s tokusatsu show. He's just in a new modern setting, a modern time. Nothing about the character has changed, just the setting has. But because of that, there's not that cynicism you would find like Man of Steel. There's in fact, the whole point of this movie is there's hope, there's optimism. It is what the internet calls human pilled. In such, it celebrates the human spirit. This movie is very optimistic about what it does, despite this more grounded approach and this more realistic world where and it does it really well, because like this the character of Ultraman is still the same, but the world now it's got to deal with, oh man, how does the current Japanese government deal with Ultraman, and all these extraterrestrial threats. There's all these like backhanded politics going on, like prevent people from doing what is necessary. But then Ultraman himself, he's not affected by that. He just does what he has to do. And I like that. I like that a lot. And but another thing also that came to mind about Shin Ultraman is, so this is where I'm gonna actually start bringing back comparisons to Evangelion. And so more specifically, I'm gonna the end of Eva movie. Now I think about it, so bear with me. So, like I said, Evangelion took a lot of inspiration from like Ultraman, and with what it does. It's just Anno's own take on Ultraman, and the same thing is here. And in a sense, though, both movies have a very similar idea, core idea, which is a message, which is basically humanity deserves to exist, deserves to live. We as humans deserve to live. Because screw the end of the world. It's just both the two movies took it and take these ideas in drastically, pretty much drastically different ways, and
one ended with humanity as a stew, the other
Well, and also, but like, it's just Evangelion in general, like just the idea of humans, the idea of humanity, and it's like that Ultraman too. But like Evangelion takes it on a little more personal level. It's all about oh, can we humanity understand each other and stuff. Like it's a more personal telling of humanity deserves to exist. At the end of the day, despite all the shit that happened in the third impact, Shinji decided at the end of the day, you know what? I don't want to be part of this, weird, empty collective. No, I want humanity to keep living on as it is. Humanity deserves to exist as they are. So let's go back to being as we were. And we'll deal with all the pain. But the idea that humanity deserves to exist just as it is. That is like the essential thesis to Shin Ultraman. So here comes Shin Ultraman. So remember in the original, how I said, like in the original series, there's that guy named Zaffi. He just comes to Ultraman and says, "Hey bud, we're going home. Okay, pack your things." "Oh, I'm packing it." So Zaffi is back in this movie, but he's more of this antagonistic role, where throughout the movie, aliens have pretty much manipulated humanity to the point now where Ultraman's people send Zaffi, and Zaffi tells Ultraman, "Hey bud, so we've been watching what you've been doing and what humanity's been doing, and we decided humanity needs to die." What? Look, man, humanity as it is right now, they are dangerous. They are
humanity cringe. Their lives cringe. You protecting them cringe. Killing all of them based.
So Zaffi's like, humanity, if they keep progressing the way they are, they're gonna become just as powerful as the people of Ultraman is part of, and that makes them dangerous. So we're just gonna wipe them out right now as they are, and there we go. But Ultraman, the whole point of Ultraman is no, humanity deserves to live. They deserve to exist as they are right now and keep progressing. And so the big end world-ending threat is Mr. Zaffi releases his big Armageddon Doomsday weapon, Zeton, and Ultraman, actually, again, like the original series, he actually fails to beat Zeton. So it's like, oh shit, what do we do? Fuck. And so humanity is like, panic, like, shit, the world is literally gonna end, and Ultraman is dead. Because at the same time, during that whole point of the movie, everyone started thinking of Ultraman as like this godlike being that either will save them, like a god, or they could take advantage of this godlike being for their own gain. And so Ultraman dying, well, okay, he does die, but he gets beaten. But Ultraman being beaten by Zeton shows humanity Ultraman is not a god. He's not God. And humanity, but Ultraman though, he believes in humanity's potential. And so Ultraman, but the difference between this and the original series is Ultraman helps humanity one last time, but in a different way, where he helps them through information. He gives them information on like his technology and science. And it's with that humanity is then able to come up with a solution on how to beat, Zeton and save the world. But then also, unlike the original series, it's more like a collaborative effort between Ultraman and humanity together, saving the world from, ending. And they do so. And in the end, Zaffi's like, hey, bud, look, I saw what you're doing. I saw what humanity did. Gotta admit, not as cringe as I thought. So you know what? They get to live, man. Anyways, let's go home now. But I want to stay with the humans. Look, man, you literally broke space laws. I gotta take you home to jail, man. Look, look, Zaffi. Let me just give my life.
If you didn't want to do the time, then you shouldn't have done the crime.
So Ultraman's like, look, Zaffi, here's the deal. Okay, I'm gonna let my human host Shinji Kaminaga. Shinji, he gets to live by I'm gonna give him my life. to let him live. And Zafi says the baseline. Oh, were you gonna say not?
You want to say it together?
Sure. Ultraman, have you become so fond of humans? So in a sense, despite different takes, both Ultraman and Ava, they have a similar sort of message with humanity. Humanity is based, it deserves to keep living as it is, and while things may seem tough at the moment, things will, get better eventually. And just so overall, I really come to appreciate Shin Ultraman even more. It's actually really, I loved Ultraman before, but I really like Ultraman now. So I've actually been to the point now that I'm actually watching some of the older shows. So I'm watching Ultra 7 at the moment, which is the successor to the original Ultraman show, and I'll probably do a 2 cents on Ultra 7 once I finish that show. But so far, Ultra 7 definitely feels a lot more of that idea, definitely hones in even more of that point of, humanity needs to fend for itself. They can't just rely on Ultraman forever. So, I'm really enjoying Ultra 7. And so just, overall, just the whole point is, revisiting Shin Ultraman, I really like this movie. I think you should give it a shot. It's a good, 9 out of 10. Before we move on to our next topic, it can relate somewhat to your topic in general, so I feel like I need to say this. Now, bear with me, this might come off as a bit of a stretch, but I've been thinking about this. Okay, so real quick, so Super Raya, here's a little more context. So, the original creator for Ultraman, Super Raya, he was actually a Christian convert. So he wasn't Christian before. Yeah. So Super Raya.
Yeah, he converted to Christianity.
Really?
Yeah. So Super Raya converted to Christianity, and so many people have made this point before, and it may come off as a bit of a stretch, but I definitely think, though, rewatching Ultraman stuff and knowing this knowledge of Super Raya as convert to Christianity, at the very least, it feels like there's a lot of, maybe you could argue there's some Christian influences with the ideas behind it. So for example, besides the obvious crucifix stuff, but that's more just just something you like to doing it anyways before. So one thing, so Ultraman, the whole point of Ultraman, this godlike being who comes down from the stars, the heavens, space to protect and save humanity, and his love for humanity is almost not entirely, but almost unconditional. So in a sense, you could argue maybe there's some Christ-like comparison going on with Ultraman and with the character Ultraman, and it's interesting though. But it's interesting seeing how what Super Raya's take is the idea of Ultraman comes to save humanity and stuff, but at the end though, it's really all about humanity though. It's while yes, there's this Christ-like figure that comes down to save us, really at the end of the day, he's just here. He's this guy. He's just here to help us, guide us along the way to a better, path, so we could pretty much save ourselves. So it's interesting. I know it may come off as a bit of a stretch, but it's just an idea that's been brewing in my mind.
Oh, I wouldn't think it'd come across as a stretch because, even if it wasn't literal, a lot of people, a lot of people who have a strong faith will sometimes pour that belief into their work.
Yes, but that happens a lot in the creative process. Your belief systems will leak into your work. It's pretty much a guarantee. Whether you're a Christian or a devout atheist or a Muslim, you're a philosopher, your worldview will get in there. You can't just. It's quite hard to remove it. It's part of what makes it different.
Okay.
Than other works of the similar type.
Okay. I guess just to end it off here, and this does actually kind of tie into your topic, Joe. Just to end things off to transition, what I'm trying to say is, Happy Easter, everyone, because Ultraman died for our sins. There we go. Alright. Hey, Ray. Alright. So, speaking of dying for our sins, Jono.
Yes.
Alright. Yeah. So you watched, speaking of dying for our sins, you watched a Jesus movie.
Yes, my personal favorite. So The Miracle Maker is a film that was released in 1999. And if I was right, it's a three-way project between Britain, British, American, and Russian stop motion.
Hold on.
And
actually, real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just saw what Anime Guy typed real quick. I just wanted to mention this. Anime Guy, you're probably talking more just about Hideaki Anno and his view on Christianity and stuff. Like the Dead Sea Scrolls is all Evangelion, but I'm talking about Subaraya, the original Ultraman creator, and how this
Anno's man, crosses are fucking cool. We got Dead Sea Scrolls, angels, this shit is the. Let's put the labels there.
I know. Well, no, it's fine. Yeah, I know. He's very interested in the idea of just religion. He's not as devout as Subaraya.
Yeah, that's. So while there's religious imagery and stuff in Evangelion, I'm saying though there's a lot more deeper connections to Christianity when you think about it with Ultraman and his original creator Subaraya, and whether Anno intended or not, that those ideas of tied to Christianity does eventually also, because it's based on the original show, does tie over into Shin Ultraman. That's what I'm trying to say, Anime Guy. So, I'm sorry about the chat. Continue though.
Yes. So, Ralph Fiennes.
So.
Ralph Fiennes voiced Jesus. And
nice.
So the premise is that it tells the story of Jesus. But it's through the viewpoint of Jairus and his family. Do you remember Jairus?
Admittedly, I haven't read the Bible.
His sick daughter, who Jesus rose from the dead.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's the idea. So it starts off Jesus's final day as a carpenter. And then of course it goes on to the Jesus's death and resurrection story. The main focus characters is of course Jesus is a major character. It also focuses on Jairus and his family because they are the point of view character. Third is actually Judas Iscariot.
Really? Judas himself? That little bastard.
Yep.
Okay.
So the way they did Judas in this one is that he was a revolutionary who joined Jesus because he thinks that Jesus would become a revolutionary.
Huh.
Which was a common viewpoint of Jesus.
Really?
That's why like Roman the Rome
Oh, that's why
they thought he was a nuisance. They thought he was going to spark a revolution.
So then they decided, you know what, Jesus, we don't like you. Put him on the cross.
Well, it gets it gets interesting the way it works because so it wasn't the Roman. Okay, so in the scriptures, so the Romans, the guy like Pontius Pilate, like the head Roman, who was in charge and gave the order, was very skeptical. Kind of figured that this was more of a Jewish problem. But because the Jewish problem kind of politically maneuvered him into a corner, that's why he says, I washed my hands on that. But he still did it. He still ordered Jesus to be murked. But so when I first saw this as a kid, I thought it was slower paced. This is actually a pretty quick film. And like it was going through like beat and beat, like it's like, okay, first day of the carpentry, you get introduced to Jairus, you get introduced to Mary Magdalene, you get to introduce to Jesus. Oh yeah, and Mary Magdalene has like more of a presence throughout the story.
Oh, okay.
So as opposed to showing up in one chapter in the Bible and then appearing again in a lot at the end when Jesus was resurrected. Okay. So trying to process what to say. My favorite thing about this film is that the way they did Jesus. So normally in most films about Jesus, with only one exception, and that is The Chosen, Jesus tend to be written like a teacher. Or like God.
Okay. But
while yes, but he was also fully man, and like scriptures emphasize moments. Like the shortest verse in the Bible is Jesus wept. And so like you have to capture the aspect that he was fully man, and he still goes through emotions. Like we would, except, you know, he's fully God, he has full knowledge. In fact, he would actually suffer more because of he knows what's going to happen. He knows what people really think. And this film captures that element perfectly. It really captures... Like, you still get the moments where Jesus is the teacher, he is the Messiah, like what you expect Jesus is, but then you get a lot of little moments. Just little moments. Yes, Jesus is the psychic, technically. The paralyzed man on the roof,
hold on. I misread Chelsea's comment. I think she says sidekick. like sidekick. If God is Batman, then Jesus is Robin.
Okay. But you have moments where just little moments where you have Jesus like interacting with other characters in a more human way, or like even in an events that is tied to, you know, the overall story, like in the Garden of Gethsemane when he's praying to God.
Mm-hmm.
You get that emotion that he's in pain, that he does not want to. You get and then like another one earlier in the film, when he heard about the death of John the Baptist, you get a moment of him crying on top of a rock, like mourning about it and questioning God a bit. And right. I generally like what they did with Judas. I do think that character arc probably should have been done to Simon the Zealot.
Okay.
Because, okay, here's the pet peeve of mine. When it comes to Judas Iscariot.
Alright.
Most portrayal of Judas tries to make him sympathetic in some way.
Huh.
He was not. He was an asshole. He literally, he literally got away with funneling money to do his own funds.
How much was he paid again to sell out Jesus?
20 silver.
30 silver pieces.
30 silver.
30 silver pieces. How much?
Yeah, but even before that, so Jesus was actually given donations with money and stuff during his ministry. It says in the Bible, and because Jesus is in charge of the money bag, well, he used that money bag to also for his own ends.
Oh.
He's also was the disciple that questioned during when a woman poured nard, which is an expensive perfume that costs like a year's worth of wages, onto Jesus' feet. He complained about saying like, oh, that money, the price for that perfume could have been sold and been given to the poor. And he was an asshole. He was an asshole, and it's like,
what was his job before, joining Jesus?
We don't know.
We don't know?
Yeah, like most of the disciples, we don't know. Only a few. Like,
I know Matthew was a tax collector.
Yep, Matthew. We know Peter, Andrew, James, and John. They were fishermen.
I don't know. If Jesus like that. I don't know.
Jesus gathered a whole bunch of people from all walks of the life. And
I kind of want to think now.
We know.
Is a bureaucrat.
What?
I kind of want to see. I kind of want to see Judas now portrayed as a bureaucrat. He seems like the kind, stingy about money. Oh man, Jesus! You know how much your seminars are costing me? Come on, man. We could be getting blackjack.
I don't know.
And
Should we fund the poor? That's not very economical.
It's not economical, dear Jesus.
Yeah, like Jesus literally had Judas in charge of the money back so that he could just get rid of money.
Huh.
Yeah. Like that's the implication is why he'd just stick around, even though he's basically embezzling money.
Oh, okay.
It's very ridiculous.
Oh.
About how much actual fraud he got away.
Are you saying Judas committed tax fraud?
Yes.
Inner
Yes.
Matthew looking at Judas, his inner tax collector raging. I must collect. No, that's not what Jesus wants. Oh, but he's avoiding his taxes.
Like, yeah, but I would really like a Jesus film where Simon the Zealot get that arc, because being as zealot, I don't think it was Nar anime guy. It maybe one translation was Nar, but basically it was a perfume for dead bodies.
Oh.
Yeah, because I think it was like a Mary, the sister of Lazarus.
Oh, okay.
So my leads, they did kind of skimp on the fact that Judas hung himself.
Oh, they didn't show that?
Nope, they didn't show it. They kind of just ended with him trying to get back the money to get Jesus back, and then him getting rejected.
Just like, well, guess
They
I'll
didn't
die.
do like the final. They didn't do like the final punchline. They kind of just went straight for the crucifixion. I would say that the crucifixion in general in the film could have been done better.
Is it tame?
No, it's not tame. Like, it's as tame as you can be with claymation. It's just it's kind of fast forward a bit.
Huh. 'Cause I know a big thing about, you know, portrayals of the crucifixion in like in media is to really tame compared to how they actually are, like in real life. It's like I do know that like because at the end of the day, crucifixion that's just, you know, straight up it's a torture method. Oh man, Jesus, you know, for someone being tortured, you sure seem okay, buddy. I mean, you got some blood dripping down from your, you know, head here and there, but other than that, you look fine, man.
Yeah. It's generally okay. It could have been done better. It could have emphasized the thief on the cross.
Oh, they didn't have the two other guys next to him?
They had the two other guys next to him, but they didn't do the thief on the cross part.
Oh.
Yeah, it's no emphasis on, you know, why the other man beside him was being executed.
Well, they actually did. Though they had those two guys be fellow revolutionaries of Judas.
Huh.
And then they came back later as the people who was going to be executed, and also to push Judas into selling Jesus out. Another cool thing they did is that for spiritual warfare segments, memories, and parables, they will go from the stop motion animation to full on 2D.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. It really kind of emphasized a bit of the otherworldliness to it, and it does help with the more of the emotions getting across. Also, one thing that will probably tick off people nowadays.
Okay.
The main Centurion dude that basically said, "Behold, this is clearly the Son of God."
Yeah.
He's black.
Okay.
It's just funny to me. It's like, oh, we got a black Roman nowadays. Good thing this wasn't released nowadays, otherwise people would freak out.
Romans had they were from like fucking Scotland to fucking the Sahara. They had both white, black people and brown.
It's the issue mainly is that it's a Centurion, and it's the Roman. Yes, there is technically a difference. in short, they would most likely be Mediterranean. The Romans themselves in the Roman army would be more
The
Mediterranean.
top officers were probably from Italy.
Yeah, that's the main issue.
Well,
And this was a centurion.
I mean, eventually after that, once you get into like later imperial years, they're not. The main officers would not just be from fucking Italy.
Right. But
at this
again,
time,
this is man, I was. Oh, great! This should have been a clip. It's a minor crime. It's not a big deal. No, it is clear.
Oh wait, I have the button. Hold on. I got the button for that. Where is it? Thank you.
Now it is clear that I have defeated you in intellectual combat. Hand over your channel and your ass.
There we go. Haven't pressed that button in a while. Hand over your channel and your ass. I don't know. Well,
And again, the Romans were as racist as any other ancient peoples in the ancient world,
thank you very
which
much.
is usually the norm.
Usually, not really giving a shit or incredibly racist.
Yeah, they most likely they would put.
Okay,
foreigners in their
you're
own
not paying your
court.
taxes? Excuse me? You're not paying your taxes, you're not sending your men? You're gonna fucking get your ass kicked, son.
We're gonna kill you.
I don't care what your race is, just give me your money. And obey our laws.
And obey our laws. But mostly give us our money. Where's my money, huh? Where's my money, Lebowski?
Yeah, they were more.
I think also
They were
just real
assholes.
Quick, also just real quick though, is the movie trying to be historically accurate?
Actually, yeah, pretty.
Really?
It's generally pretty good. Because of the claymations, they can get away with giving everyone proper ethnicity, so everyone is properly Middle Eastern.
Oh, so
like,
okay.
As opposed to white people. I'm sorry. This is like
Jesus.
a pet peeve.
So Jesus just does have a nose.
Oh, so this is not Renaissance friendly.
Yes, this isn't. Yeah, this isn't your white Jesus friendly, or black Jesus. It's proper historical Jesus.
So he has a nose then. You know the nose.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and I like the stories they include. So they not for the resurrection stuff. So instead of the usual 3 women, they kind of show in the background the 3 women, but the main focus was Mary Magdalene's meeting of Jesus at the grave. They did a little twist on Peter's trip to the grave by having him see Jesus at the grave, and then they included the road to the Emmaus story, where 2 guys, just 2 random dudes, were walking down the road, and Jesus met them and basically taught them why the Messiah had to die. And then at the dinner time, they realize, oh, it's Jesus. And then he vanished. So they gave that role to Jairus, and like a family friend.
But they include that part. It's like, hey man, where you going? Nothing. Hey, can I stay over your place? Sure. Oh man, that was Jesus! Holy shit, dude, that was Jesus, bro! Yo, we had Jesus in our house!
We had... Yeah, it was like that. And then they had Doubting Thomas, which is nice. On that. Like, in general, it's pretty good. My dad had... The only problems my dad had was the way Jesus talked to the Pharisees during his trial, because...
Was he not pissed off?
No. Jesus at the trial, It was more when he was directly asked, "Are you the Son of God?" And Jesus at that point said yes, at least in some accounts, or the majority of them. But in this one, it's like, you said it, which is a subtle different.
It's a weird got you, and it's like,
yeah, it's kind of weird because it doesn't.
Jesus, are you the Son of God? I just got you to call me the Son of God. Damn it!
Yeah, it's kind of weird. And then the final lines in the movie he did not like, which was a bit more generic. It's more of like, this is clearly like a Hollywood production.
Alright.
Because, oh yeah, by the way, lots of famous actors voiced characters in this, including Alpha Molina.
Ooh, let's go!
Who's he play?
Who's he play?
Let me look that up again.
Yeah, I love Alfred Molina.
Who does, he played Simon the Pharisee. He played a Pharisee.
Oh.
A minor character, so.
Still, Alfred Molina, let's go! Let's go. You can always count on Alfred Molina to put on a good performance.
Hurt played Jairus.
Huh.
And Ian Holm played Pontius Pilate. Bilbo played Pontius Pilate, which, by the way, is one of my favorite interpretations of Pontius Pilate, where he's just a cynical jerk.
Huh.
He's full on cynical.
Oh boy.
Which is like, yeah, that's Pontius
Pilate. Just the Son of God. Oh man. You were the one who said it, not me. Oh, damn it.
Yeah, that is kind of a
not my fault. Jews killed Jesus, not me. Wash this blood. Put it in a sink. Not my fault.
Pontius Pilate, you were the one who sentenced Jesus to death. How do you plead? The Fifth? The Fifth Amendment doesn't exist just yet. Damn it.
Yes. No, I didn't. I just did what the people wanted.
Sus. You're quite sus there, Pontius. I'm keeping an eye on you.
Declare that you get removed from your position and a riot happens that destroys the temple.
Woo!
The revolt.
Good job, Pontius.
Yep, and Jairus and his family are great. I love this movie. Even though, like, I haven't gone into, like, full... It's like a movie I think it's better you experience and then compare to other Christian movies. Like, I think it's better than Passion of the Christ. Even though Passion of the Christ, even though it does a little bit of the overboard on the number of times of executions, it does restrain from the brutality of Jesus. Restrain a bit, which is saying something. Because people think that's a torture porn movie.
I haven't seen someone flog themselves so much in a movie as Passion of the Christ. So, yeah.
Okay, I haven't seen Passion of Christ. How exactly are they gonna do Passion of Christ 2 though? For real? Like what?
Focus on the disciples.
Focus on the disciples.
Yep, and Jesus's appearance to them.
Huh.
So it's not gonna be a brutal movie, I suspect.
Cuts to Peter. All right, boys. It's time to form the Catholic Church.
It's time to form the Catholic Church, and don't, Peter. You worry this. Peter, do you worry this institution might, have its, problems later on in the future?
Absolutely.
No, of course not.
Catholic Church. What's the Catholic Church? That's the real joke.
It cuts to the end of the movie, and it's Peter, and he's like, we need. All right, I'm here inviting you to the Catholic Initiative, and it's Peter talking to Saul.
I'm not sure if that's how it would work, but okay.
It's a joke.
Yeah.
I'm here to talk to you about the Catholic Initiative. Dun 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 dun.
Okay, so the sequel is called The Passion of the Christ Resurrection.
Oh, so it's gonna focus on after. Okay.
Which I don't fault the movie for this, but Resurrection is such a overused subtitle.
Yeah.
So that's a shame. So Jim Caviezel's coming back, and it states that it's going to be a non-linear, introspective film.
Oh. Ooh, okay. That sounds interesting. Okay.
My question is on who? Is it gonna be on Peter? Is it gonna...
Probably Jesus himself.
I don't... I think it would be better if it was just one of the disciples.
Well, can't win them all.
This is weird. This is really...
Passion of Christ was boring, Chelsea. Wow.
Like, what?
Wow. To be fair, though,
Chelsea and Ray go on a trip over to Mel Gibson's house to get back their $12.
Just like out of all the movies to say it was boring,
Chelsea, the man flogs himself so many times in the movie.
Well, he gets flogged, but not himself.
Yeah, I was mostly just saying that as a joke.
Two guys flogs them with a cat of nine tails.
My favorite thing to do one afternoon was just, I'm gonna watch The Passion of the Christ without the subtitles, just so I can see if I can follow it.
Is it in Hebrew or something?
I didn't know a lot of I could follow some things because to be honest, it is very I understand what Gibson was going for, where the entire movie could just be done through the motions instead of dialogue. But I felt like there was a point where I kind of lost some things. But overall, I thought it was a really fun experience.
Yeah, the film, I don't think it was actually Hebrew. It was maybe there is some Hebrew, but it's Aramaic, because that was the common tongue at the time. Was Aramaic in the Middle East, and then Latin for the Romans.
Okay.
I had a cousin, He had a wife,
Yeah, a wife,
Incontinentia buttocks.
That was amazing, Mashtik. Thank you. And I guess says Hebrew and Latin. Okay. Ooh, my back. Let's see.
So I'm like all set with mine. I just want to end with he is risen.
He has risen.
Oh, he has risen now?
He has risen 25 minutes ago.
He has risen 25 minutes ago.
Oh, well, he still hasn't risen on my end.
You know, maybe it took him 25 minutes to get that boulder out of the way.
Still hasn't risen on my end.
He like gets up. He's just like, all right. I'm in the dark. Can I get an angel here to help light it up?
Oh, thanks, bro. Thanks, man. It was really dark in here, man.
Can you move the boulder, please? Yes, but it'll take checks watch. 24 minutes.
Let's see. So yeah, this is gonna take me. Oh, it's almost 9:30, so about like 2.5 more hours to rise on my end. So, to me, Lord Jesus still dead, unfortunately. So, well, gonna have to wait 2.5 hours. That's why I broke my back, Chelsea. I'm an old man. Jesus, playing Freebird solo. Lord, I can chant.
Come on.
Wait, are you trying to play the Freebird? I don't know if I can, but actually, real quick though, before we move on though, speaking of Freebird though, I actually rewatched Kingsman recently. I recently rewatched Kingsman. So actually, I forgot, it's a really fun movie.
No, it's also really fun.
Resident Evil. I know you've been having a blast with those games, Matchstick. You've been having really fun with those. So,
Resident Evil 2.
Resident Evil 2.
Evil. Made 20 years after the original Resident Evil. 21 years, I think. Actually. I'm gonna be real short on this because it's kind of a last minute. Alright, I'm gonna fuck it up doing this topic. But after playing Resident Evil 4, I had so much fun. I need to get it out of my system, so I decided to play Resident Evil 2 again.
The remake?
Claire A campaign, Leon B. Resident Evil 2 is so we had Resident Evil 1 and there was a so Umbrella decided, okay, we have these bioweapons. Let's set it loose in Raccoon City as a test drive and to show, hey, we make good products. They were dismantled after that.
So much for a test drive.
It worked.
It worked.
It worked. And now that means we can sell our bioweapons under another name. See you later, guys.
I saw that opening intro for Resident Evil 4. They just straight up bombed the city.
If I remember correctly, it's not a nuke. It's not thermonuclear. It's thermobaric. That's what I read. I don't know what a thermobaric bomb is, but it's not. It doesn't use radiation.
Huh.
But that city ain't there.
No, that explosion was pretty much the size of a nuke. So,
Resident Evil. Doesn't matter what you are, how big you are. Enough boom and you're gone from this earth.
So thermobaric, it's referred to as a vacuum bomb. It's it's an explosion that uses the oxygen to generate the high temperature explosion. Compared.
Ooh.
Could you say not that it is a oxygen destroyer?
Bum, 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 bum.
It could be.
Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Well, you know, everything goes back to Godzilla at the end of the day. That's right, everyone. Godzilla died for our sins.
The closest way explanation to a thermobatic weapon is, you know, the FAEs that the United States used in Vietnam.
Yeah.
That's an example. Like the Hellfire missile is just thermobaric.
Ah. What are you watching?
Archer.
Ah.
Which episode?
It's during the Grand Prix.
Oh, that one, the one where he loses all the money in the casino.
That's great.
Yeah, but Resident Evil 2 is I'm gonna be short on this. But Resident Evil 2 is a remake. You play as Leon S. Kennedy, a cop who, after being told to wait before joining up on the force, he had to wait a bit, and so we decided to wait a bit. And then he was like, "Okay, they're not replying to my calls. Better go in. I was specifically told not to come here, but I better go here." And he goes there. And he meets up with this chick called Claire Redfield. Leon's like, I'm actually gonna look. The game he was born in. I know he was born in 1977. The games take place in 98.
All right.
21. Claire is 19. Claire Redfield, the younger sister of Chris Redfield, and this time she actually wears red on her person. Unlike Chris. Claire's a college student who has been trained in like guns and motorcycling by Chris, so that's cool. And Leon's has some police training, stuff like that, and they have to deal with a police station full of zombies, amongst other things.
Zombies.
Yeah, it's kind of a very simple plot. They have to get out, and then they have to. They meet some people, join up with those people, go into a sewer and in the lab, and then they blow up the sewer in the lab and destroy one of the Umbrella's bioweapon viruses.
Oh.
Yeah, they made a lot of. It's very Imagine. All right, so Resident Evil 4 is like the Predator, Terminator 2, Aliens, kind of more on the action side, though it does have their tense moments, more intense than tense. This is a reverse. It does have some intense moments, but it's mostly just tensity.
Okay.
Where you're trying to. You're going through dark halls with a flashlight and a gun where you're like, okay, do I have enough bullets to either incapacitate or kill whichever zombie or whatever monster stalks these corridors?
Ah.
And it has a very Metroidvania quality to it. We're looking for new upgrades, backtracking a lot, stuff like that.
Ah.
I know that the new one had development issues, so they weren't able to intertwine the A and B plots as well as they could. So it doesn't completely replace the original, like the original RE2. You know, Claire and Leon. Like this is like in the original. There was an A plot and the B plot. In the A plot, you could play as either Leon and Claire. And then the B plot would be the other half of their story. And it would be kind of a go from standard to hard mode.
Okay.
And not really with this, because it's just kind of the same throughout all four. But those, I think the differences between Leon and Claire make up for it, because they do have a lot of stuff that the other one doesn't. But the A campaign and B campaign is basically just a little bit of extra toughness to each encounter throughout it. Like, I played through the B campaign of Leon, and several times I was out of ammo, and I'm like, okay, there's a ton of fucking zombies that I have to get through, and I have a ton of health, and I have no bullets. Okay, Leon, let's go.
Let's go.
Just, there were several encounters where I was like, oh, I kind of just got by the skin of my teeth.
Ooh.
There was an example in a prison where I was like, all right, I've played through this before. I know once I do this thing, a ton of zombies and Mr. X will show up, and I'm gonna get my fucking ass beat. But I got like 4 health regen, so I will just fucking survive this. And you do have to you do have to manage your inventory just like Resident Evil 4, and it's very much like that, but on a smaller scale. Leon and Claire get different weapons to do a few different plots. Leon ends up encountering a woman named Ada Wong a lot, the most suspicious woman alive, and Claire ends up encountering Sherry Birkin, and having some encounters with her. And they both have some really cool stuff to them. Claire gets a grenade launcher, Leon gets a shotgun, Claire gets an SMG, Leon gets a really big gun, handgun. It's a Magnum. And it's a quality game. This is after RE7, so they've already switched to the RE engine. The RE engine is not named after Resident Evil, and that bothers me. Because it's RE and you got RE Resident Evil, but, cool. Just a second. But the Resident Evil look... Yes?
No, I was just gonna be like, it's the Reach for the Moon engine, which... I mean, I understand like the symbol of the hand reaching to the moon. It makes sense there, but it's like, it's what do you call it? You develop it specifically for Biohazard. It wasn't used until like your other games until very later on. I don't know why you're being coy about this, Capcom.
We all know what the RE stands for. Why the fuck are you beating around the bush? Yeah, but here's Leon and Claire. And here's the other biggest enemy that you'll have. I've gotten pretty good at the game, so I'm bragging a little bit, but I'm very good at avoiding him. But this is the Tyrant 00, otherwise known as Mr. X, who you will be. X gonna give it to you.
X gonna give it to you.
Who in the original?
Lordy,
he's coming. Who will stalk you, or who is invulnerable and will stalk you around the police station. He is a big dude, beat the shit out of you. This is what he looks like close up. Look at that face.
you can hear him. You can hear him stomping.
Ooh.
And like shooting him will only delay the inevitable, because nothing can really stop him.
Oh, nothing will stop him. Okay.
Not even doors.
Well, some doors. There are some rooms that he cannot get into.
Oh, okay.
But that's not going to stop your ass clenching when you get in those doors. So you're like, oh fuck, my heart. That man is scary. There's also he didn't have the hat in the original.
Oh.
This is what it looked like in the original. I'll just put what the other two looked like in the original as well. That's Misdirect in the original, Claire in the original. Let's see here. There's Leon. Leon.
Mr. Kennedy. Mr.
Here's Leon in that fucking 90s outfit.
Oh, that's wonderful.
These are what we imagine cops would be in the 90s.
Not just us, the Japanese, thinking of American Midwestern cops.
Oh, thank you, Japan.
It will look like they're what was Tojo's idiom for America? Just like every blade of glass, there's a gun.
Every blade of glass, there's a gun.
Yeah, but this is the best this is your reintroduction to the classic RE characters after the modernization of RE, and they look fucking great. Just look at them. Looks really cool.
Yeah.
Just to get off a little tangent, they should bring in the RE engine more often. They did it for Devil May Cry, and they look fucking amazing as well.
Oh.
Yeah, but like this game, well, it doesn't do like I'd say the story as well as the original. From what I know of the original, it does the gameplay tenfold better.
Okay.
Yeah, it is one of those games that is just a masterpiece. Got from and tons of minor little details that make it that much amazing. Like Mr. Rex. You see that hat?
Yeah.
You can shoot it off him.
Oh, that's great.
And he gets in the best part. He gets mad at you for it. And he starts from walking at you to power walking at you intimidatingly.
He's walking menacingly.
Oh Lord, he's coming! Oh fuck, he's coming!
Oh, all right.
This game is definitely a game that ran so that Resident Evil 4 could sprint. It's a fucking great game.
Nice.
Anybody else have anything to say on it?
It's a very fun game.
How much does it cost at the moment?
Probably around $20. RE3 is also really good, but I'd wait for a sale on it because I don't think it's worth the money not on sale because it's still really good. It's still a good game by itself. It's just they took a lot of stuff out of it from the original RE3. And it's kind of just feels like a big expansion, a big expansion DLC to RE2.
They should have instead of trying to capitalize on the success of Resident Evil 2, they should have just take more time to develop it.
It should have had more time to develop both the games since RE2 had AB issues. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I understand that much, but it's like you know, they should have learned from this problem like several years ago. This is the exact same thing they did when the original Resident Evil 3 came out.
Yeah, they just repeat the exact same things. Like the original is technically longer, but it was because backtracking.
Okay. A lot of backtracking, I see. Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, so it's not really like the good type of expanded content, which like it would be like the content that makes sense to just remove.
Still, they went a little bit overboard on moving, because I know there's like actual large sections of the game removed. Like the, I know the clock tower off the top of my head as an example of something that they removed.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah, so I think they should have they should have just like they should have taken a bit more longer with it.
Yeah,
they just repeated the same mistake.
Like
yeah,
Resident Evil 2, it's still like a nearly perfect steak, just a little bit undercooked. Same with RE3 is even more undercooked.
Okay.
And then RE4 is like just right.
Found that just right.
Except for Ada's voice actor, which is a damn amazing. That's a damn amazing thing for RE4 to just be like, this one voice actress isn't that great. It's kind of mid, to be honest. And she's not even giant part of the game. Not like Leon or Ashley.
I see. Alright then. I have to ask, is roundhousing only in the Resident Evil 4?
Yes.
Oh, fuck. That's a shame.
It's like Changis. You're playing the Aliens Terminator 2, the action sequel.
I love kicking toe.
I know, it's so fun. But it really adds to the tension that you're like, okay, I'm Leon, who is just some kid who has police training, dealing with a zombie apocalypse. Compared to Leon, dealt with a zombie apocalypse, super special agent.
Alright, I'm gonna head to bed.
Good night, man.
Have a good night.
Alright, have a good night. Roundhouse. That's literally the best.
There goes Leon. He's gonna give him the old suplex.
Oh, let's go, Leon.
As God is my witness, that man is broken in half.
Have you suplexed the guy yet?
No, not yet.
It's so fun to do it your first time.
It's
like you're like, I got him a suplex.
I'll try to do it next time we stream Resident Evil.
It's basically you're just doing the same thing you do the melee person just from behind.
Just from behind. All right.
Yeah.
Nick very late, Chelsea. Nick is running a bit late. He said he'll see in the middle of something. He's doing something at the moment, so we'll wait for Nick. Don't worry.
You better not be creating Lou Garrison disease.
Alright. Well, anyways, so yeah. Okay, so Nick was supposed to be going next, but since he's in the middle of something. No, he's not sleeping, Chelsea. I see him awake. He's awake. He's on Discord. He's awake. So he's just most likely in the middle of something. So we're gonna be actually then last minute schedule change. We're gonna actually be moving forward to Knott's topic, and then we'll come back to Nick's topic. Should just remind Nick though, real quick though, that
I think I probably will replay RE3 next week.
Alright. So let me just tell him we're on Knott's topic at the moment. So that way we give him a little heads up.
The other playable character, Carlos in RE3, is like a prototype Luis Sierra.
Oh! Oh, wait, Luis is
charming Hispanic.
Ah.
Luis is playable in Mercenaries.
Ah, okay. Alright then.
Albert Wesker should be playable as well.
Oh, okay.
And you can like pick a guy and send him just flying. Like jet kick.
Jet kick.
I love Mercenaries because it's an excuse to be like, hey, you know that character you like in the main game? You can play as them now. Because they added Lady Demestrera.
She's playable?
In Resident Evil 8's mercenary mode, yeah.
Oh.
And Resident Evil 4's, you can play as... Oh shit, I just started playing. You can play as Leon, Ada, Luis, Albert Wesker, a character called Hunk, and then an alternate costumes for Leon and Ada.
So, I'll quickly explain Hunk. Hunk is, if you complete Resident Evil 2 in the shortest amount of time possible, you can unlock two and get a really great rank and score. You can unlock two secret scenarios. One is called the Fourth Survivor, and the other is called Tofu Survivor.
Tofu Survivor?
It's the same with the remake as well. So you get to play like the Fourth Survivor is there was, like in Raccoon City only 4 people have been confirmed to survive. Leon S. Kennedy, Claire Redfield, Adette Birkin, and Hunk.
Sherry Birkin, not Adette. Not
Oh, I'm sorry, Shuri. Sherry Birkin.
Oh, you can also play as Jack Krauser in Parsley. It's just like.
And it's like, but then it was revealed. Well, no, a 4th man survived the outbreak. His name is Hunk. He was part of Umbrella's search and rescue team. Go in there and recover Birkin, if not recover the G virus. And he is this sort of like a short campaign in and of itself. And so Hunk has just been a series regular character. And Tofu Survivor, you play as a giant block of tofu.
Giant block of tofu. That's amazing. Alright. You're just a big block of tofu with wielding guns. That sounds wonderful. That sounds absolutely amazing. Alright. Let me stretch. Alright. Alright. So with that said, then we can move on now to.
I play Mercenaries now. You know, if we want to pad it out a little bit for Xenonic, we could talk about future RE remakes.
Future RE remakes?
Yeah, because they're gonna make more.
Oh, okay.
Remakes. Obviously, they're making Resident Evil 4 sold 4 million copies.
Ah, nice.
It came out like 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, and still going strong. That's great.
Yeah. That's gonna get bigger. And there should be definitely more remakes, but the question is, which one? The most likely is a remake of 5. But
that's one where you.
There's also other options of RE1, another remake, Code Veronica 2, because what would you like? What would you guys like?
I don't know. I'm not too into Resident Evil. Maybe first game. Maybe.
As cool as all these remakes have been going, I don't want to really see another one so soon.
Yeah, I think they'll probably make RE9 and then do a remake, and then RE10, then another remake.
Another remake.
I think that'd be good.
Maybe.
But all right, so after RE, like hypothetically, after RE9, which game would you like not?
I would like I guess it would be cool to see a remake of Code Veronica.
Code Veronica?
Code Veronica is a game that is utterly important to the RE lore, but it's shit.
Oh, it's shit. Oof.
It's a Chris Sinclair Redfield game.
Okay.
And it's kind of like the in between the older RE games and the modern one. I'm sorry, I'm playing Mercenaries right now.
Oh, okay. All right.
Melee. And it, sort of sets up the Chris Wesker rivalry.
Okay.
Yeah. Not to mention we would get more Claire, and we don't get much Claire, aside from like Resident Evil Revelations. After
Is that a good game?
Yeah, after Resident Evil 2.
Is Revelations a good game?
I haven't played it. I mean, I've dipped my toes into it, but that's before I like play like 5 minutes before, and this is before I really got into Resident Evil.
What about you now? Have you played Revelations?
I have.
Is it any good?
It is pretty good. It is not as like. What do you call it? Like I would say it's It's pretty cool. Pretty cool for like for being what do you got for being a bit more of an action-y title than 5 and certainly 6. But it didn't really help bringing back the horror of Resident Evil.
Okay. Alright then. TV. Chelsea says your TV's a little too loud now. Anyways, I don't know. I don't really have a stake in much of this because I'm only just recently getting deep into Resident Evil, so it's interesting though. Definitely interesting, that's for sure. Yeah. I don't know. Anything else though? Resident Evil you want to talk about though, or is that it? Because if
I think I'm good.
You good? All right. In that case, then we could now move on then to Not's topic. All right. Let me stretch. Oh, stretching. There we go. All right. Ultraman's cool, Chelsea. Ultraman is cool. Alright. Well, not really going back to Ultraman, but somewhat related to our boy Hideaki Anno. Let's take a little quick trip back to the studio of Gainax then, Not. So we got Royal Space Force. What is going on here?
So I decided to talk about the 1987 debut of a little anime studio. You probably never heard of them. They're pretty underground. Yeah, downtown, coming to your town. Sorry. They're known as Gainax. They were formed. They were formed largely as a stepping stone for Bandai to get into anime. So they're the ones to blame for their eventual control of Gundam.
I see.
I kid, of course. And so I decided to talk about their first ever project as a professional-ish production.
Get back a second.
Alright. Real quick, your TV is actually pretty loud, Not. Is there any way we could turn that just like a tiny bit? Just like a tiny bit.
No. So they formed Royal Space Force, the Wings of Hominize, even though I don't like the subtitle, but that was an investor requirement. So this movie, taking place in the fictional kingdom of Hominize, concerns itself with with a young man named. Okay, forgive me for this because these are all not Japanese names. They're all Gundam names. They're all names that sound vaguely like names, but a madman was writing them.
All right.
So a young man by the name of Shiro Sugu Ladat.
Okay.
We'll just call him Shiro.
Sure.
He's a young man who.
Oh, Magic left.
I think I scared him off.
Maybe he'll be back. He usually does this.
He's a young man who lived a very normal middle class life, but he always had a childhood dream of wanting to fly jets for the Navy.
Ah, there you go.
Here he is. He wanted to fly. He wanted to fly like jets in the Navy, like Top Gun. But then he soon realized, my grades are shit.
But man, the Navy's gay. Is it your grades? Nah, the Navy's just too gay.
Wait, have you seen the YMCA song? Oh my goodness.
You can
in the Navy.
You can sail with all the boys. Oh, I love that song. So his grades disqualifies him from enlisting to the Navy. So the only possible resort of him getting to work with at least something that involves flying is the Royal Space Force. You might be thinking to yourself, wait, if he can go to a Navy, why is he on a Space Force? Well, let me gladly answer that question for you. In this world, which is very much like our own, but has a lot of differences to it, it feels like the 1960s also happened in the 1930s, and while also happening in 1987. So it's a world where a world that seems very futuristic, but at the same time kind of feels like it's also stuck in the past. In this world, the Royal Space Force is a joke. In fact, in this world, any hopes of going up into space is considered a joke in and of itself.
Oh, hello.
Because
you just moving?
They think.
We got a new follower, Shellshock77. Hello. Thank you for following.
Hello there, young sir. I hope we don't trigger your war past here. We'll be just as accommodating as we can. The Royal Space Force is just seen as a terrible waste of time and budget, because they can't send unmanned satellites up into space without it exploding. So everyone just views the idea of space travel as it's something very stupid. What a Royal Space Force? What are you gonna do? Go up there and fight aliens?
Hey, there's Xenonic.
He's come here to help us fight against the Flipper Boppers.
Also, on my end, he has arisen.
Oh, nice.
He has arisen.
He still needs to rise for like 2 more hours.
He'll get there. I was stuck doing homework. Math.
Oh.
Ooh.
Understandable. They are, well, at the moment we're talking about the Royal Space Force.
And how much it is the laughing stock of this kingdom.
Space travel. What are you, stupid?
What are you gonna do? You're gonna go up there, fight the little gray men. Get out of here! Get out of here with your silly ideas of going up into space and technological progression. What are you at?
Technological progression.
So Royal Space Force, they're seen as just like, again, they're just seen as a waste of time. So a lot of the members who make up the bulk of it just use it as a, just feel like, well, it's great to join because though we don't really do serious work, so we get free lodging and food. And like their commanding officer, General Kaiden, he's a very stern man, but everyone outside of the unit thinks that he's some kind of old man stuck dealing with a skeleton crew, soaking up all that precious money that could be going to the war effort against our enemies. So eventually, Shiro, while going out, doing a very normal night where he goes out drinking with all of his buddies, and making silly faces to women on buses. They stop by a red light district.
Oh.
Because they're young and dumb and full of cum. And so they want to go get themselves some legal putang.
Some legal putang.
But
no, I'm sorry. Continue.
But Shiro finds an interesting girl one day while walking around, this den of debauchery. A deeply religious girl named Requini, who is preaching in the red light district about how all of this is sinful. Which
Wait, going to space or the debauchery?
The debauchery.
She was just in the red light district, angry at space.
Ma'am, this is a red light district. Please, can you take us somewhere else?
It's like I don't know how well your your message is going to be received by horny people. But you know, all power to her. She's fighting the good fight. So he meets her. He meets this girl who hands him a pamphlet, and eventually he caves in and he decides, you know what the hell? I think the girl is cute. I want to see. I want to see.
What this pamphlet's all about.
I want to see what she's all about. He goes to her little hovel, her very ramshackled, poorly put together hovel, which she shares with her. Which she shares with a little girl named Mana. And what do you call it? Her and Shiro gets to start talking about how the world is very, humanity in the world has just been doing nothing but boozing and whoring and killing each other, and then he reveals to her that he's part of the Royal Space Force, which, unlike a lot of other people around them, she is absolutely enamored by the idea, because she thinks, oh, space is wonderful because it's not polluted by all the crap we have down here. It's like, imagine, if one of these days we can just everyone can just move up into space, just have, just
forget the Earth, everyone move up to space. In another universe. Amuro, I feel someone of my people. You hear that? We can move everyone to space.
It's like, we could go to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by
capitalism.
Space.
And so like Shiro, mostly thinking with his groin. Like, oh yeah, sure, sure. Like, he gets inspired by her absolute, absolute wonderment about space. He's like, I should care about my job a lot more. So Shiro, like in his unit's ditch effort to keep themselves alive, because the government wants to dismantle the Space Force as quick as they can. They just see it as a drain. They're like, oh, like the general is he's gone a bit cuckoo, because he's like, well, to keep ourselves around, to keep us from shutting down, we need to do something insane. We're not able to send unmanned satellites up into space, but we can send a person.
Oh.
So it's like, oh, we can send people. We can try to send a person, and that'll.
We go to the moon, discover an alien spaceship there.
Bomb it.
Go to realize that your entire achievement as a man is
was all part of a conspiracy for toy robots from the 1980s.
So Shiro, to the complete surprise of his comrades and his superior officers, decides, yeah, you know what? I'll go through with it.
Send me to space.
Yeah, send me to space. I want to try to impress a girl I like, and so I'm going to do this very risky thing that potentially could kill me, but send me to space. It's like, oh, the young. Aren't they dumb? So, Royal Space Force, the first project by Gynax, I am very confident in saying there hasn't been a film that's been like this, that has ever tried to reach what this film has tried to do. So Essentially, Hiroyuki Yamaga, and what do you call it? Toshio Okada. Essentially, what they wanted to go for with Royal Space Force was they wanted to make something that was not like anything else, that was released during the time. They were a bit critical of like current anime.
Okay.
Of like how it seems like there isn't really anime that's produced that connected with anyone as so much as it just, it just pleased them on a surface level. So it's like the way they describe it is, it's like giant robots and cute girls, they're cool, but that's escapism. That's merely trying to avoid the problems you're actually dealing with in real life, instead of talking about them in a thought-provoking way. And that's what they wanted to do with this. They wanted to have something that talked about society, like the society that these otakus are into, and they wanted them to, instead of avoid it, just think about it in a way where they want to actually actively help their society grow, become better. They essentially the way Yamaga described Royal Space Force is it's not a story about a utopia or a dystopia. It's a story that approves existence. So even though the story does go into sort of very interesting concepts that I haven't seen from an anime, and I haven't technically seen explored deeper in an anime, like the idea of inherently the idea of original sin, and how and how the fact that humans can be more than what they are down here on Earth. We don't have to revolve around just drugging ourselves or killing each other, because that's what because we've deluded ourselves into believing that's the fate we created for ourselves. We can be more than that. We can go beyond our boundaries, and if not forgive our past transgressions, show that we are ready to start moving to a greater moving to a greater purpose. And that's just the film. Okada largely called the film like a lot less of a Hollywood production. Which watching this film originally, I didn't get confused at points because I'm like, it doesn't feel like a typical anime film or a typical Hollywood film. He described it more so as an art film, and that's a great way to sort of talk about it because the film in general just completely rejects what was popular at the time. And
Okay. You still or not? Uh-oh. Not! No!
hello?
Oh, there we go.
Like the problem with Royal Space Force is it's also the beginning of very early Gynax. So then that means, you put a bunch of college students in a room together, they're gonna go over budget, and who knew that college students couldn't manage a budget? Honestly.
Yeah.
So the production was very chaotic. The film didn't make back its money. Funny enough, what do you call it? The Gynax was originally started for this film. It was going to be dissolved.
Huh.
Because like this film was supposed to be a stepping stone for Bandai to become fully part of the anime landscape. But Gynax is still around, like in spite of everything. It's amazing. This what do you call it? This film, if you've ever seen anything by Gynax before, like be it Gunbuster, be it Mahromatic, be it even like even I would say like some parts of what was it Gurren Lagann.
Ooh, okay.
And of course I was getting to panning and stocking. No, kid. Neon Genesis Evangelion, the biggest thing that Gynax had produced. Royal Space Force just feels like a predecessor to everything they will ever make as a studio. Because not only do they have just like all of the employees who will later work on those other great works. There is that that sense of by otaku for otaku, but we're instead of just giving you like we're gonna give you just what you want to see, we're gonna give you something a bit more interesting, a bit more out of there, and a bit more thought-provoking. Okay. I don't want to mention. I want to mention Ted Chiang, the author of The Story of Your Life, which was the novel that would be later adapted into Arrival. Would say like just Royal Space Force is just like the best, like the most impressive example of world building. And just in general, just I've really come to like, I've really come to really enjoy this film as time goes on. Because there's an argument that can be made that like Ava or Lagan or Gunbuster have done things that this movie has done better, but it's always fun just looking back at something that it did not successfully did it, but wanted to say, I want to be different, damn it. I want to go against the grain and try to make something that just feels a bit more, if not polish, just unique. There's I want to mention the ending. Because this film has been out for a very long time. I know some people have not seen it because it's very old and very niche. I don't want to mention the ending still, because I think it won't eliminate the intrigue of watching the movie, because I think the movie more so is seen as can more so just be seen as an experience, for as overused as that word is, more so than just like as a traditional movie. So they're going to fly the shuttle, which they named the Space Warship, because that was the only way they can get the royal government to sign off on it, is if it had something to do with if it had something to do with the military. Because they were fighting a war. They were fighting a war while all of this was happening, and so the nation they are coming in conflict with thinks that the shuttle is a missile pointed directly at them. And so they're like, oh, we need to seize that missile, take everything. On the day of the launch, they were told by a soldier that you need to evacuate. Like you are, if they can reach this place and take it over, they will. And if you launch that rocket, they will blow it out of the sky. And so they come with this moral dilemma. It's like, do we continue on with the launch, presumably it might come to a big explosion one way or the other, or do we take our chance and take this step towards the heavens? Shiro's the one who convinces all of them. Originally, he was just the most apathetic of all of the crew, and he convinced every single one of them. Yeah, even the ones who were originally the most devoted, based on this, he convinced them all to continue on with the launch. said if he was going to die, he was going to die in space.
Isn't that it? Admittedly, that's pretty bad. This is Shiro's gravestone. He died in space. We couldn't get his body back.
Die in space. So they continue on with the launch with the approaching army coming. The rocket managed to escape orbit, the first of any of their ships that have managed to do such a thing. They're celebrating, and then the army on both sides are just amazed to think, like, wow, it's a rocket, and it's not coming towards any of us. It's just going straight up. Is this human progress? And then Shiro, who, despite being very horny for Rani, he was influenced a lot by the scripture she kept giving him. He starts viewing the world in such a different way. And just before the launch, he was actually having a trouble thinking about what he was going to say to the shortwave microwave, just to address the world below. And so once he reached orbit, he turned on the shortwave, and then he just starts doing a prayer about like if anyone is listening, or even if they're not, to let this be not a solution, not a dismissal of our bloody past, but a touchstone to something even far greater. And the movie ends with just a shot that will be tributed by Evangelion and will be tributed by Ultraman, Shin Ultraman.
Oh, which one?
Just the presence of Zeton, just the presence of him hanging over the wall.
Sorry, but I just imagine Ano with a giant smile on his face, realizing that he could have Ultraman go back and reference his own previous material.
Because when he did in the end of Evangelion, it very much mirrored what the end of Royal Space Force did, where if mankind were to be known for terrible wars, or if mankind were just to be known as that species that just died off, let this monument in Royal Space Force, it is the shuttle. In End of Eva, it's Unit 1. Let this monument be in service to the fact that we did not wallow ourselves into into what our fate was supposed to be. So we rose above our station. And did the impossible.
I didn't realize that Zeton was referencing that shot, though. I didn't know that, actually. That's actually pretty cool.
Just to go back to it, just imagine that you grew up on something, and then you go create your own stuff, then now you're going to stuff that that influenced you, and you're able to reference your stuff. Just
yeah. Anna must be a very happy man.
living the dream.
Living the dream. I can't wait for May. Shin Kamen Rider's coming out.
I recommend Royal Space Force. Like, I recommend at least people watch it once, because, like I said, you could make an argument that a show later down the line did what it did better. But there's no denying that this is very influential, and that they're just, in my opinion, there just hasn't been something that's come close to doing what this movie has done.
How long is it?
2 hours.
Oh, okay.
Oh. That's not bad for anime movie. Not bad. Okay. Nice. Oh man, Arnold, living the dream.
He's such a pure boy.
He's on the playground doing all those Kamen Rider poses. What a nerd. That's the best way I could describe Mr. Ano. What a lovable nerd. Such a nerd. I love him. Alright. So yeah, that was Royal Space Force.
I do want to mention that
yes.
This movie has a sequel that's still in development.
Really?
Yes. The director of the sequel was supposed to be Mr. Ano himself.
Oh. What happened?
After Nadia and Gunbuster, that's when he goes down, the pit of deep depression.
Oh.
And so, he just keeps thinking to himself, I may not be any good. I don't know if I can do this movie. And so, essentially, what he just did, what happened to the sequel was, he took elements of it and just kind of some themes and just reworked them into Evangelion.
Oh.
So, if the sequel that was promised to us last year never comes out, Evangelion can just be seen as a spiritual successor.
Oh, interesting.
But don't worry, Yamaga is still creating that sequel. He's gonna come if it's not
out any day now.
It's not gonna come out in 2022. It might come out this year. You never know.
Any day now. Any day now. Come on now, my God. Any day now. We're all waiting. Any day now. Alright. All this stuff really made me go, I'm gonna probably watch End of Ava again for next week's 2 cents.
I like End of Ava, but holy fuck, that is not a movie I want to watch often.
I understand. Look, I already watched a really hopeful movie, so I'm gonna which was Shin Ultraman. I'm gonna go to
man, this is too hopeful. I need to balance this shit out.
I need to balance this shit out. I need fucking depression. Here we go. End of Ava.
It's not depressing. Not as depressing as you think it is.
Yeah, I know. It's you know, it's still kind of funny. Just you go from something like, oh man, Shin Ultraman, this is you know, fantastic. What a hopeful message. You know, I'm having a dandy fine time. You watch the end of Eva, it's like, oh man, this ain't really a fine dandy time.
Half the fucking movie is so just fucking. They fucking post-apocalypse, nobody alive. Ain't that fun?
It all comes tumbling down.
All comes tumbling down. Alright. Oh my gosh, what? Hold on real quick, I'm trying to put on this piece on my Saku. How does this work? How do you work, Saku?
Dude.
Ah. No! This damn piece of leg. Curse you, early master grades. Oh gosh, no, that's flexing. I know, I did not want to snap it. Oh my goodness, they put on this piece on the leg. This sucks. This sucks not. Why can't I put this piece on? Oh, there we go. Finally, they put it on. Oh, annoying. Annoying. Alright. Well, in that case, yes, Chelsea, I am fighting my Gunpla. I am building Zaku's leg. Char's leg. And he's hating me. Cha! I want you to work with me. It's not my fault that you have a mommy issue complex. Who told you to get a mommy issue? Not me. You're the ones. It's like a mom to be. Yeah, I'm wrong. It's not my fault, Charlie. You got a mommy issue complex. No one told you to develop that.
How dare you, Char, for not having a mother?
Alright.
Char's like, I could have had a mother.
I could have had a mother.
La soon.
So let's talk about depression.
Yeah, let's talk about depression. Speaking of depression, here we go. Alright. This was going to be our actually second to last topic, but we had to change things up since Nick came late, so
Yeah.
depression.
Yeah. Chronicle. Man, you guys have no idea how long I've been wanting to show you this movie. I'm pretty sure I'm not already seen it, but so in that case, Chance, I've been wanting to show you this movie for a while.
It's cinema.
That it is. Oh man. So what I want to do is kind of actually make it like a discussion, like you and like this.
Okay.
The three who saw it, and Magic, assuming he didn't see it. Magic, have you seen Chronicle?
Years ago, I saw the Simpsons video of it.
I guess since you know the story, I guess I don't have to worry about, you know.
I don't really care about spoilers.
Yeah, in your case, but for those who have not seen this movie, please ignore this. Like, I want you guys to go see this movie, because this is a really good movie.
Oh. Hold on. Let me see if I still have... real quick, let me see if I still have it then. I still have... Here we go. Kablamo! Spoiler!
Okay, so... this chronicles the story about three teens who find something in a cave and end up getting superpowers like psychic kinetic, telekinetic powers.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all like shot and framed as a found footage film. And it's mostly in the perspective of
Andrew.
Of Andrew, one of the teens, who's usually the one carrying around the camera most of the time.
He later goes on to become Green Goblin.
Yeah. Oh man. And that's all I want to say about this without spoilers.
Mm-hmm.
So please, if you haven't, go check this movie out. It is so good.
It's pretty good, yeah. We watched it, and yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good, man. Alright, so I guess that out of the way, then we're just gonna talk about spoilers. So, oh man, Nick, do you remember the time that fucking Andrew just killed? I'm sorry. Remember that time Andrew fucking killed Adonis Creed with lightning? Damn.
Yeah. It was crazy.
That was crazy. Oh yeah, Michael B. Jordan's in this movie.
Yeah, this is like one of his first movies.
Yeah, it was really good too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what else you like. What do you want to like talk about though? Like, just
there's so much I want to talk about, but I don't know where to start.
What's your favorite moment?
My favorite moment?
Mm-hmm.
I think my favorite moment in the movie is the flying scene. When they first learned that they could fly, and they basically just go around like flying. And it gets to the point where when the plane comes by, it actually hits Steve, who Michael B. Jordan plays. Steve. It hits Steve and it knocks him unconscious. So Andrew manages to fly down and catch him, at the same time also grabbing the camera that was also falling as well. And like they were so, and like when they landed on the ground, they were like, they were yelling, "I could fly!" and that you saved me, and it's such a awesome and sweet moment. Yeah, and you know, when that happens, something bad's gonna happen.
Yeah. Andrew, how do I put this? He's got
problems. So yeah, you know, I don't think we should do. I don't know. I think he's a lost cause. I don't think we should do this, Pimp. So Andrew, he is very much a case of you shouldn't really give broken people absolute.
Yeah.
Guess who becomes a supervillain?
Yeah, so funny enough, this is a superhero origin story. But the hero isn't Andrew.
Yeah. Man, fucking sucks to be Matt though. Imagine your superhero backstory. I had to kill my cousin.
Spoiler, Andrew dies at the end.
It's like...
Spoiler, a fuck ton of superheroes have really shitty backstories.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome to Matt joins the Justice League. He's like, welcome to Crud. I had to kill my cousin. My entire planet blew up. I saw my parents die in front of me.
Well, wait.
It goes to Hal. I like planes.
I like planes.
Okay, not your thing.
Well, that may be, but like, with Clark and Bruce, they weren't active participants in those events. Matt was, sadly.
Yeah, to actively be the one to kill his cousin through a god complex.
Okay. Peter, wait. No, wait. That was secondhand with Peter.
But yeah.
So it's a superhero story that whose protagonist is not necessarily the superhero, it's the villain.
Okay, not just to interrupt. What? I'm drawing your character for the Gundam. What is your character's build? Just so I can get that idea of how you want to do the personality.
Average build.
Okay. Thank you. That works.
I think that's how the film, that is how the film distinguishes itself as, a lot more than any other film, because I think you can safely say that this is, in a way, a deconstruction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how, and the film, compared to a lot of stories that take the similar premise of, give superpowers or give a superhero identity to a person in the real world. This is a lot more interesting. Because it's a lot less of the it takes a lot less cynical agenda or a sense of or this sense of trying to portray everything as 100% realistic. It's a lot more of a tragedy.
Yeah. That's definitely something we used to describe it. It's tragic.
Yeah, and this movie, oh man. It's you see, basically, when you see this movie, you see what happens to Andrew, and you know why he becomes this.
Yeah.
So it's all this sadder knowing that maybe he didn't have to. And the sad thing is, really, he didn't. But a lot of circumstances prevented.
Yeah. So it's from the get-go. I don't know. It's like from the get-go of the movie, something's not right with Andrew. Something's not really right in his head. He's got problems.
One day he takes a camera around him everywhere he goes.
Yeah, it's like, don't do that, kid. That's weird. But then also you get his his upbringing, and it's like, ooh. And oh man. Also, just his mom accidentally also contributed.
Yeah.
I'm stronger than this. Like, ooh. That's not what she wanted you. That's not what she meant there, Andrew. Like we joked about, you know, like, oh man, you know, oh man, Andrew, I think this whole Apex Predator talk is getting to your head. You probably should have signed up for that, you know, Andrew Tate classroom. But really, like, he's a very troubled person, and when you give him powers, and you know, they just keep getting stronger, and yet, like, the circumstances, life just keeps getting worse. You know, things are bound to, you know.
Yeah, I think with where he is, there's only. Funny enough, I think 2 of the contributing factors of why he ended up the way he was, weirdly enough, is both his cousin Matt and Steve. Let me explain. So, Steve, I can name 2 things. One, obviously, when he goes first meets him, he wanted his camera. He wanted to meet him he wanted to talk to him for his camera. But however, when he first notices, hey, something wrong, he actually gets down on his level, and you know, that alone, like his introduction, you could kind of see there was an ulterior motive for wanting to get Andrew, but ultimately, Steve is a nice guy who does care, and he was also very open with having Andrew, like, you know, like express himself more, like open up, like, you know, show his talents to the, you know, at the talent show and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And he was like, you know, he's like when Andrew goes upstairs, man, I feel like a proud dad right now.
Yeah.
And, you know, going upstairs with the camera, seeing the aftermath of him vomiting on the girl and, you know, with his pants down. That probably didn't help. But, you know, that was just one bad problem. Timing. Yeah, bad timing. I'd say Steve really contributed when he died.
Yeah.
Because when Steve died, there was no... Because if Steve was still there, there was a chance that because Steve did care about Andrew, and like Steve died because he was trying to come and get and, you know, figure and, you know, save Andrew. You know, with being in the lightning storm, he's like, you shouldn't be here and stuff like that. And Andrew's like, you know, lashing out just because, you know, right before he was abused by his dad and stuff like that, and he's like, you're not my friend. And it's like Steve immediately like said, no, we are friends, and like, you know, your dad shouldn't be beating you. You're the only person I trust. Andrew was really the only person Steve really truly cared about. It makes it more sad when Andrew accidentally, whether it's they were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, or when Andrew was lashing out, managed to telekinetically position a lightning bolt at Steve.
Yeah.
It's just all the more sad because I feel like Andrew died right when he was when he said his final speech to Steve at his grave, just apologizing to him.
Yeah.
Because without Steve, if Steve managed to survive, I think while Andrew was angry in that moment, he at least would have been able to bounce back. And, you know, with Steve, you know, maybe to open up again. But with him dead, and like really Steve being the one positive influence outside his mother.
Yeah.
It's kind of.
Isn't his cousin supposed to be a good guy though?
Yes, I was gonna get to that. Matt. Okay, so Matt. Here's the thing about Matt. Matt does care about Andrew. He even says so at the very end. Thing is, even if Matt did feel like love for Andrew, he really didn't show it, and he didn't really like.
A lot of times, so when Matt got his powers, he started acting, like you're usually, oh man, I gotta be more responsible with these powers and stuff. But the thing is, he was a lot more focused on himself. It was more like, I gotta better myself.
Rather than us as a team.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Matt was very much keen to ignore Andrew's problems, as if there was like nothing actually wrong with Andrew. And because of that, by the time he officially realized something was wrong, it was already too late.
Yeah.
And Matt also kind of had this, really also forced Andrew to do things he didn't want to do, like go to the party at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And basically,
in a sense, though, even then, that was still him trying to help Andrew. You gotta socialize, man.
At the same time, he also, left him.
Yeah.
And that really did not help Andrew at all.
Mm-hmm.
And essentially, it really felt like a lot of times, that Matt was kind of using Andrew. Like, remember, in the cave, he even...
Oh, yeah.
A lot of... Matt kind of pushed things onto Andrew, and it makes it all the more sad when Matt even admits that he's like ultimate, because Matt loved Andrew, but he didn't but he didn't figure out and understand Andrew enough to. It's okay. I'm about to say something that it's a lot that you have to dig deep into. Matt loved Andrew, but Matt didn't care about Andrew. If that makes sense. And Matt also, and you can kind of feel that at the end, Matt realized that, and that
he's like. Yeah, he's my cousin. I love him, but yeah, he's my cousin. He'll be fine.
Yeah. And because of that, when the time came, he had no matter how hard he begged, he begged not to. He had to be the one to put him down.
Yeah, so it's... Ooh. Yeah.
I don't want the hair, not. I gave him the mustache like he wanted.
The hair, I would say, like, maybe like a greaser look. I wouldn't mind if you give him a pompadour.
A pompadour.
The pompadour with the...
That's amazing.
Matt really should have, I think he should have noticed there were red flags when Andrew accidentally gets a guy like injured in a car accident.
Well, first thing Matt does when the car accident is he gets mad. It's like, what are you doing? What's your thing, huh? Are you stupid?
Well, yeah, he does get mad, and it makes Andrew like that, putting the blame on Andrew. Second, when Andrew's going, we should get the fuck out of here. Matt showing us, no, we gotta help this guy. But and by noticing that Andrew was very, very like self-preservation, and then really only really cared about him not getting in trouble. That should have sent some red flags that should have told Matt to, hey, maybe I should, talk with Andrew about some stuff.
He's my cousin, he'll be fine.
But yeah, he's my cousin, he'll be fine.
I think it's also interesting, though, also, that scene also was like kind of a again, a red flag. Like, Andrew, do you not care? Because, in a sense, Matt was right to get, somewhat upset. Like, wait, you don't care? You almost just killed this guy?
I did. The way I saw that scene was, it further created this divide between like Andrew and how he perceives himself.
Mm-hmm.
Because Andrew, like, when they're both down there, like, Andrew tried lifting the car.
Yeah.
Because he believes.
Stop.
Because I have these powers now. That means that, I cannot just, like, I can no longer just sit back. I can be an active part of this. And then Matt told him to stop. It sort of created this sense of him of, even though I have this powers, I'm still left as this passer, this bystander. And like Steve is ultimately the one who goes in to help get the guy out, which further makes that divide, where it's like, Steve just doing something very ordinary, yet a lot more, he's a lot more fit than Andrew. Completely just destroys him. The point that is just like, all he just wants to do is just get away from the situation. Because this you can tell, like, the helplessness is just eating at him.
Yeah. There was also I also noticed a lot of red flags when Matt was trying to call 911. Andrew was trying to stop him because, like, what are you doing? You're gonna fucking call the cops on me or something? Clearly not thinking, oh, he's trying to call an ambulance to get the guy help. Which in one way you could think is Andrew kind of
selfish.
Being selfish and like very much having that hey, I'm better than everyone. Why are you punishing me? But then now I'm just kind of realizing, is it self-defense? Because whenever something bad happens, Andrew might feel like it's his fault because his dad would blame him for it.
Yeah, his dad. Even in the hospital, when the mom died, his dad blamed Andrew. It's like, it's because of you your mom died.
And his dad is a piece of shit.
Oh yeah, no. Not gonna lie, it did feel pretty cathartic seeing Andrew's dad, get his comeuppance. He didn't die, he almost did, but like, you do feel in a sense like, you do deserve that though. Maybe not you don't deserve to die, but at the very least, you deserve, some comeuppance for your actions.
You're gonna have to deal with
you gotta be humble, man.
You're gonna have to deal with the fact that that your son did all this because of you.
Yeah.
It can also be seen as a sense of like father, like son.
Yeah, definitely.
Because much like his father, he shifts the blame onto someone else.
Yeah.
Like,
Wanna go ahead?
well, I was just gonna end the point by just saying, like, oh, you know, Andrew's attempt to try to separate himself from the very man he hates, he just becomes a mirror.
Not only does he become a mirror, he becomes worse.
Yeah. Yeah. But isn't
This mustache, the mustache looks really weird with the pompadour. I'm not gonna lie. You're all.
maybe it's like a thing on purpose. Matt's character purposely looks weird. Yeah, like just what? Don't. Obviously, we got just more to say, but like, you know, just moral of the story. Don't give, you know, broken people superpowers. Things aren't gonna go well.
Shin Ultraman, how do you like it?
I think it came out really good.
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at the not got a pompadour and a mustache. Way to go.
And I think one of my favorite scenes is the very ending.
Yeah.
Matt leaves a final message to basically it's essentially as like a sort of like a farewell to Andrew, you know, like after everything that was done. Essentially he has to talk to the camera as if it was Andrew, because that's basically the last piece of him left. And he basically
he's dead.
Yeah, Andrew's dead. And he takes the camera and, you know, says the speech, and he goes to Tibet, which is the one place Andrew really wanted to go. And leaves the camera there, as if to say Andrew finally got to be in Tibet.
Ends a lot hopeful than you think this story would.
Yeah. The hero is Matt. Because after everything, it actually strengthens his resolve to do good, to be.
Not to mention, it gives him a lesson that he learned at the end of it. Don't just disregard people.
Yeah, exactly.
You got that, you know. Not only did he have a fucked up superhero story, but he got that Spider-Man. He got a lesson out of it.
Yeah.
Also, like discarding people was like, it was apparently like a problem that Matt had even like before superpowers. Like not just like with his cousin, like people in general. Like when he was like trying to make up with is like I think
Casey.
And she's like you know, like you know, it's, like, you know. And he was telling her, like, when he was, you know, being popular in school and all that, you know, he was confessing, like, it drove him away from people.
He wanted to be, like, he wanted to be part of the crowd, but at the same time, he also wanted to, like, appear above it. And and by doing that, it was gonna drive people away. Which, funny enough, is the same thing that happens to Andrew, but in a much more darker and twisted way.
Yeah. So like he always had that like problem of pushing people, and so after everything and all that, you know, he's gonna make right. He's gonna not push people away anymore. He's gonna help people. You see, it's like also like Matt initially kind of came off. There was a bit of like what I call it?
Sorry. He's very apathetic. Like, because he shows a lot of interest in just quoting nihilist philosophy.
Yeah.
Eh.
Like in the beginning, like he's quoting, I think, I don't know who, I don't remember who, maybe like Nietzsche, and you know, and just like, wait, so we should just die?
I think it was Christian Hensel. Just the idea that, you know, which serves as a sort of a theme to the movie. It's just human beings are made of will. You know, you're because of our huge sense of will. There is no point in our lives where we will ever be satisfied with needs or wants. And that's the dividing point between Matt and Andrew. So Andrew can't take that idea that he has something that could fulfill all his wants, and it will never come close to doing so.
Yeah. It's a really good movie, man.
Yeah, I've been dying to show this movie to you.
It's also, I guess, it's also interesting to mention that Andrew was becoming the strongest out of, you know, the three with their powers.
Yeah. I think I actually found something that actually kind of that kind of explained why he
was stronger.
Yeah, the Andrew, the loner who wants to be stronger and actively pushes people away, develops his telekinesis to control faster than the others, and also the best at erecting defensive barriers around himself. Steve, the industrious go-getter, is the first to try moving really big objects and the first to figure out how to fly. Matt wants to be unique, but he's overly cautious and is thus the slowest to develop of the three, but ultimately becomes the most powerful by the end when he takes matters into his own hands.
That's very interesting. The way I perceived it was the shared nosebleed between the three. It's a sense of, it's not that necessarily they got their powers all at the same time individually. It's that when they got their powers, they were linked. And that, and that this bond that they formed with each other, influenced a lot of how their powers was growing. Because even though we do see some scenes where Andrew is shown to being very stronger just by himself, I think there's also the sense of the validation Andrew gets from Steve and Matt. Creates this sense of, these people who, like my friends think, I'm really becoming cool and strong. If I become even stronger, I can validate myself. And this will get me what I want. And like the breaking point where eventually Andrew's just destroying, eventually Andrew's just using more than what he should be using. It sort of seems like just at that point Andrew's destroying his bond, his connection to Steve and Matt, to obtain even more power.
Okay.
Because at that point, he realizes he can never get he has become just pure will. He can't get what he wants, so he relents on just trying to be the strongest in the fruitless effort to deny that whole philosophy. And that only just resolves to kill, threatening the two people who he formed a bond with.
Okay. Yeah, that's...
It's like...
I'm playing as Louise. And mercenaries.
Nice.
It's like, Andrew finally got some positive reinforcement from people that weren't his mother. And while, yeah, that's good, at the same time, it's kind of... It probably shouldn't be the thing he should be getting. This guy needs therapy. Because I think he did need positive, influences, but, I think, when, pushing on to do, all the cool and big stuff, inflating his ego, that also did help create, his apex predator complex. Matt even says after the talent show on the way to the party, the second party, this is the beginning of your downfall. Hubris, right there. He says it in a joking, having fun manner, because oh shit, this is the biggest. This is the greatest thing you've ever done. But yeah, hubris. This is the beginning of your downfall. Hubris, right there. What's hubris? That's a scary line from Andrew.
Yeah. Matt, also, you know, and when Matt hears it, it's like, come on, you can't be serious, right? Like, everyone knows the hubris is. Stop joking around, Andrew. But he wasn't joking around. He was serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think definitely if someone is asking you what hubris is, that's not a good sign.
Teach him.
Teach him, yeah, but also like, yeah, you gotta be more careful to just just like slide off. Just you'll get it. Don't worry.
I think Andrew really needed to hang out with Steve a lot more.
Yeah.
Because even though Steve did push on Andrew to grow and kind of also help him play Zigo, but at the same time, they were able to, talk just like 100% with each other. Like like Steve said, you're like the only person I even truly talk about stuff like this, because Andrew was the first person Steve opened up to about the fact that his parents are getting a divorce.
Yeah, I think my mom's seeing another guy. You didn't have to tell you didn't have to tell Andrew that, but he did.
I think like just that openness and just willing to communicate had Steve survived, I think maybe, just maybe, Andrew could have been able to be rehabilitated.
Yeah. Yeah, man, it's
I hope we don't get a sequel to this.
they're oh man, we're gonna have a sequel. No, don't. This movie does not need a sequel. And plus, like, apparently, like the sequel idea they had wouldn't even would feature like new people.
I really dislike just what Nick said about it's a female-led sequel, but I specifically hate it because it was supposed to be set 10 years after, and it's supposed to deal with fake news and cover-ups. How can you turn a very personal, very personal tragedy about the formation and destruction of a friendship to ultimately result in fratricide? To, hey, isn't this current new? Hey, we're talking about current events. Oh, look at us. Look how mature we are.
Yeah, that's not cool. That sounds terrible.
Yeah, I'm not. I hope that movie doesn't come out.
I hope it doesn't either. That sounds fucking awful.
I also know that if it gets a sequel, they're gonna explain what was in the cave. And
you really don't need to, though.
You really don't. And it's not going to. And funny enough, when you do explain it, it's not Funny enough, Max Landis, whatever your thoughts on him as a guy or whatever, he actually thought of an idea of what was in the cave.
Okay.
And he didn't want aliens.
Hmm.
That was one thing he didn't want. He also didn't want the government.
Okay.
He wanted something, at least something conceptually mundane.
Okay.
What was in it was essentially some like primordial like crystal creature. That essentially why it made like that sound and stuff like that was to attract those who would essentially become like drones to get more food for it or something like that. It's weird to explain. Ultimately, the whole point is it doesn't matter.
Yeah. That's not the... What's in the cave isn't the point. The point is, they got these powers, and tragedy strikes. If the sequel comes out and they do say it's aliens, I'm gonna be really disappointed. Just, oh
Yeah.
wow, aliens. Who could have seen that coming? Wow, aliens.
I don't know the like aliens and science fiction and stuff like that. No, not everything has to be explained with aliens. Just most things.
Like the movie.
which was a cover up. Because of toys in the 1980s.
Toy robots in the 1980s.
Yeah. Imagine being fucking Buzz Aldrin in that movie. I mean, it's actually really cool seeing an actual real life American hero meet with an actual fictional hero.
But still.
Yeah.
Still, it must be weird. No, maybe instead of Evangelion, we should do Darker the Moon for text to sense. Yeah, we could talk about a somewhat dark movie where a kid has a mental breakdown, and we could watch a somewhat dark movie where Shia LaBeouf has a mental breakdown. He just starts again, just Shia's.
It's a pretty dark movie where a kid has a mental breakdown. It's sad and horrifying. And the other movie is a pretty dark movie where a kid has a mental breakdown, but it's funny.
And when they start fucking like wrecking his car, just Shia screaming, "Why?"
I've said it, like it could have always just been like some kind of atrocity. It could have been boring, but I would have liked to see what Michael Bay would have done with Evangelion.
Shinji Ikari.
I think someone actually made a movie, like a video about like that.
Yeah, but imagine Shinji Ikari. Who are we planning to cast as Shinji? Mark Wahlberg.
I'm a pilot.
I'm a pilot. If I could just get better at my scores, I could save so many other people. Nicola Peltz goes from being Mark Wahlberg's daughter to Asuka. Now That's a terrifying thought.
This is not what I believe, but I think this is just be really funny. Just Kaji's carrying around the Romeo and Juliet law. It's like Mr.
No. It's Asuka goes to Kaji and he's like, "Hey, we got the Romeo and Juliet." He's like, "Juliet," and he's like, and Kaji's like, "Okay, time to jump out the window now."
Okay, Asuka, I need you to. Alright, Asuka. Now, do me a favor. I need you to stay there. Okay. Jumps out the window. I'm not going to jail. Yeah, I think all these jokes is just a sign saying, yeah, probably next week instead of End of Ava, it'll be Dark the Moon for 2 cents. Man, what if? Imagine that. Imagine Ava. Oh, imagine if I'm kind of interested now. If what happens if I watch those 2 movies back to back? We go from Evangelion to Transformers: Dark of the Moon.
How about Ava versus Transformers?
That's a crossover that has happened before. At least only in like toys though. But it's a thing. Starscream became an angel. He died.
Next snap. I got Hunk.
Nice. What is
next
like
snap?
Next snap. Wait, you snap necks instead?
He is snapping all the necks.
Oh. You don't roundhouse?
Luis hits you with an iron bar.
Okay.
Jack Krauser uses a... Fuck. Jack Krauser uses a knife. And a kick.
Alright.
Hunk snaps necks.
Alright.
There is no Wesker. I'm disappointed.
Ah. Okay, hold on. I'm putting the tubes into Dezaku's legs. It's a little tricky. It's tricky. What? It's tricky. Oh, this is a little tricky. You're a tricky, finicky little bitch. Oh, I don't like the tubes. The tubes are kind of annoying. Okay. Here we go. Let's try this. Oh my gosh. Stop. I don't like the tubing. The tubing is annoying because it doesn't stay put. I don't like this. I don't like this knot. Tubing's annoying knot. It's annoying.
It is.
Oh my goodness. Let's put this damn thing in. Oh my Christo almighty, this is... Christ, is that really all the... Oh, there we go. There we go. Fuck. There you go. In you go, ball joint. Oh my goodness. That was frustrating. Holy shit. But there we go. A leg done. I spent all night doing one leg. And the tubing was a fucking nightmare. Just now. Alright. Here you go, Char. You get one leg.
Oh, funny enough, the woman, Danny Han, tries, to have, relations with, or I could just say sex, who cares? Has sex with. Funny enough.
Oh.
He's married to her in real life.
Oh. Well, what do you know? Ain't that something?
Yeah.
Where was her cameo in Amazing Spider-Man 2?
Man, like imagine puking all over your wife.
I'm glad Dane DeHaan's getting a role in Oppenheimer because after
Amazing Spider-Man 2.
not just Amazing Spider-Man 2, but Cure for Wellness and Valerian and the City of a Thousand Planets. He needs
So a cure.
with both of them kind of not doing too well, he really needs something, and he's such a good actor too.
Yeah, he's really good. Yeah, watch Chronicle. He's a good actor. He just needs better things to be in.
Yeah.
So a cure for wellness. He was really great in that. Sure, it could have been a better movie. But yeah, I agree with you with Valerian. Like that was just a big hoof.
And Valerian's like supposed to be like one of the big classic sci-fi comics. The whole movie is just like one big. Oh fuck! I died. The whole movie was just one big goof.
It really goes to show you, it really doesn't matter if you've directed The Fifth Element. You could still direct crap.
No, the ball joint fell out. Oh, this tubing on the leg. Oh, this is so annoying.
All right, Chingus. You got to get mercenaries next time. It's really fun.
All right. I hate this tubing so much.
Disappointed that Albert Wesker hasn't shit. That we didn't get Albert Wesker. I would have loved to fucking kick a guy into the fucking stratosphere.
Oh, there we go. Fuck. Oh my gosh, I hate this fucking tubing knot. This is. Oh my goodness, the tubing. The ball joint is too. This is a nightmare knot.
You know what I realized about Knott's character?
What?
He looks like a higher up Federation officer in the original series that would have fucked over the white base.
In the on the stream or in the Discord?
On the drawing.
Your RPG character knot.
Oh, okay, I can see it.
Oh my gosh, I hate this ball joint so much.
I hate this ball so much. Chingus, 2023.
Alright, 2023. I hate this ball. No, the ball joint for the tubing, it's...
I hate balls. Chingus.
That is the most loose-ass connection fucking ever. Holy shit.
Did we say,
Oh, yes.
Did we say our final, pieces on Chronicle?
Do you have anything else to say?
Go see this movie. It's fantastic.
Go see this movie. I don't really...
See a movie, you go. Watch it, you must.
Okay, I need to get like some kind of super glue or something and just fucking glue that ball joint in there shut. This is atrociously loose knot. Just bending the leg of the Zaku gets it loose. It pops out. This sucks. This is terrible. Why? Who thought this was a good idea? Who thought this was a good idea? Why did you make it a
The
peg?
guy, the man who designed it.
Why? God, this needed to be like a peg or something, or at least a tighter ball joint. Oh my goodness. It's made out.
I love that for the melee, Leon like does like wrestling moves and shit like that. Jack Krauser uses knives. Hunk does snaps necks, and Louise, it just takes out a fucking tire iron out of nowhere and just fucking hits the guy with it.
Genius, what version of Charazaku are you building?
The master. I think this is the 2.0.
Really? Because
Oh, maybe it's my copy. Maybe I like cut the ball joint too loose or something.
Because like, yeah, from what I've heard about the 2.0 is, it's really, it's really, just very much an improvement over everything.
Let me try maybe not cutting off too much of the ball joint. I don't know, man. At least mine, cause the way the tubes work, you have to put in like this like little peg thingies with ball joints at the end, and one of them just keeps like to fall out. It's real annoying.
Fucking Hunk has a fucking Assassin's Creed blade.
Assassin's Creed blade?
You know, the fucking the hidden blade.
Oh.
I never understand why Char's version of the Zaku comes with a He-Hawk.
Did he? I don't remember. Did he use He-Hawks in the original series?
No, he never used He-Hawk. Whenever Char did melee in Gundam, it was always just like
legs.
The kick. Kick to the.
Maybe they should have had. I don't know. Maybe I like to think that they just take. All right, here's Char Zaku. It's just the regular Zaku kit, but painted red, and you have a little bit of a different head. That's it.
Here we go.
Nothing else is different.
I think it was just a matter of I just didn't put the ball joint in all the way. So now it's good. Now it's good. I think I just didn't put the ball joint in all the way. That's my fault. Okay. Yeah, that was just me putting it in not all the way. So, there we go. That's right, Chelsea. Yay. Alright. Okay, so, with that said then, this is, it for the show. That was it. That was all our topics for tonight. You're really enjoying that game, aren't you?
Resident Evil 4 is just so fun.
I know. I'm definitely streaming more of it next week. Next week there's gonna be at the very least like 2 days dedicated. Like usually I like have 1 day dedicated to like one game. Like I think like at the very least like 2 days will be dedicated just to Resident Evil. Because it's really fun.
I might just skip 3 and go back and do another playthrough of 4. The gameplay loop is just so addictive.
Yeah,
Again, 3 is pretty short though.
Okay, remember to schedule a lunch break.
Oh, you want a lunch break?
I mean, yeah, every other week, right?
Oh, yeah. That's right.
You can do a lunch break while playing Resident Evil.
Resident Evil lunch break? I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. We'll
I know Ninjato went. I bought Resident Evil 5 for me and Ninjato because like it was really cheap. It was like $14 for both games.
Oh wow.
So me and Ninjato are gonna meet up and play that sometime.
Nice.
And it's co-op.
Nice. All right.
Might actually be a good way. RE5 might actually be a good way to start sliding into tank controls, because you got another person right there to have fun with it. You complete that game, you're like, okay, I can do it. Once you're at the end of it, I'm like, okay, I can do tank controls now, and you didn't slide Resident Evil forward and go into 2 where it's like the original RE games that have like chain controls and a fixed camera.
Sure. Oh, good night, Chelsea.
Good night, Chelsea.
Alright.
Good night.
Good night, Chelsea.
Alright. Oh, 5 more minutes till midnight my time. No, I'm just gonna.
Let's just keep the stream until he has risen.
Yeah, until it's finally risen on my end. Fuck it.
So for like the Resident Evil remakes, you think we should go like obviously RE9 should be the next game. Maybe after that they should do. Do you think they should do another RE1 remake or go into Code Veronica?
So, if I'm allowed to be controversial, I don't want an RE1 remake.
Okay.
Another one, because don't get me wrong. I think Resident Evil, the remake for 2, 3, and 4, are just like mechanically flawless. They're just impeccable for what they are. But, and this may sound elitist of me, they feel too streamlined. They feel like the type of games that were made with the effort of, let's include everyone in this. When I feel like, so
wait here. I think I can explain this in a real good way. They went from being B movies to A movies.
Huh.
Is that right?
Well, not necessarily. It's just the idea of art. The idea of artistic creativity with the whole fixed camera angles and the quirky way you save gets kind of replaced to create a more accessible game, which, don't get me wrong, is, like I say, it's great for that effort. I think it's great to just get more people to Resident Evil. But it feels like there's less of that. It feels like there's less of that ingenuity and that charm. It's gone when you are reformatting the series into a standard third-person shooter. Because I can understand like it's a lot more hard and a lot more scarier to someone who hasn't played a Resident Evil game before, and they will have to get around the fact that bullets aren't ubiquitous, and all the zombies are sponges. And so you can't utilize the headshots. You know, like, well, you can't utilize like just shooting on them as a head as a viable choice. But I just find like the remakes just really easy.
Huh. Interesting.
Because
Even on hard mode?
Even on hard mode, because hard mode essentially just is essentially just okay. So we got you know, it's just like, okay, you go back to.
Oh, hey, hold on. I don't mean to interrupt, but real quick. Hey, it is time. It's midnight.
He has risen.
He has risen.
He has risen across the USA.
He has finally risen across the USA. Yeah. Hallelujah, everyone. He's risen. Woo!
Hallelujah.
Like, the difficulty comes with just like difficulty just comes with the hardcore is just necessarily okay. Let's put back all those Resident Evil features. You know, the save, having to save, like having to save with ink ribbons, and you can only save. Like you can only save at possible moments, and all your saves like negatively affect the score you get at the end. So you have to coordinate all your saves, and like the less ammo and all that stuff. It's like it feels like a return to the original, but it feels less like they're trying to innovate, and more like, oh, you know, here's the mode for the veterans. You know, let them chew on that. You can call me an old curmudgeon. I think the original Resident Evil, even though it has the fixed camera angles, the fixed camera angles, and you're not able to aim as you shoot, and what do you call it, the abstract vagueness of it all, it just feels unique.
Okay, I thought of instead of a game, an entire game remade. What if they make Capcom themselves, not hiring it out to some like U.S. fucking company, like they did twice and failed twice? What if they did a TV show, a CGI TV show of Resident Evil? Like they did with like Infinite Darkness, but instead it's the original RE1.
I wouldn't mind that.
Could provide a lot of good opportunities to mix both the Chris and Jill plot. Make the definitive story.
Oh, okay. Sounds interesting.
But of all the games that really need to be remade, it's fucking Code Veronica.
Why Code Veronica?
Because okay, so what I know of it, it has 3 really fucked up points.
Okay.
The story is both incredibly. It's supposed to be. I don't know it, but it's supposed to be incredibly important. It's sort of like the bridge between the old RE games, like the previous RE games, and 4 onward.
Ah, okay.
It's like the middle of a trilogy between RE1, Code Veronica, and RE5. As it has mostly focuses on it has a big focus on Kristen Wesker. but the story's shit.
Oh. Dang.
So the story needs to be redone. Aesthetically, gameplay wise, apparently the gameplay was actually easier than most RE games. Up until the fact that you have to until you have to realize that you play through all the levels 2 times and all the items get affected 2 times. It does. You go, you pick it up with Claire, and then you come back with Chris, and you're like, where are the fucking bullets? And that includes items as well. And then aesthetics, it's it used CGI instead of the images instead of the like baked in images that the previous RE stuff used, so it's not as flavorful. It was like instead of like not.
Well, the Code Veronica was being developed for Dreamcast because they wanted to port 2 to Sega Saturn. They couldn't, so they decided, you know what, we're just gonna make 2 games. We're gonna make another game for the PlayStation, which was going to be the spin-off that eventually just got called Resident Evil 3, and then we're gonna make the true Resident Evil 3 on the Dreamcast, which eventually just became the spin-off. Which is still considered like a true Resident Evil 3. So what they realized they could do with the Dreamcast is, oh my god, we can render environments much better than we can on the PlayStation. So, we can render our own environments. Didn't turn out all so well. Because the like compared to like just the compared to like the what's it called? The pre-rendered, compared to like the pre-rendered backgrounds, where they may suffer a bit. Like they may suffer a bit because of how the resolution on the PlayStation wasn't the best. Everything kind of looked like a pixelated nightmare. At least the pre-rendered backgrounds at least had a form of had some sort of design form to them, where they're not you don't have to worry about whether or not they're whether or not like they don't fit with the 3D elements of the game. There's no resource you're taking up with it, because the backgrounds just take such a small part of the file that you can just make them look grander than they actually are. Which that's how a lot of games just use the pre-rendered backgrounds as just as matte paintings. So, but it's like, oh, we can use real-time 3D environments, and it's like, but it ends up not looking at the best as it could be. I mean, the camera's a lot more dynamic, because we can use a free-flowing camera. Thank the Lord for Sonic Adventure for that. But yeah. But like made the camera feel too stilted. You know, so it's like, oh, you know, we can move the camera around, but it's like they can't fix the issue like they could with just the fixed camera, where yeah, it's showing one part of the environment, but it was supposed to be that way, where the camera in Code Veronica gets stuck on something, and it wasn't supposed to do that, but it just gets stuck on something.
I see.
And another thing about Code Veronica is making a remake is that more Claire. We don't get much of Claire.
How come? Why don't they do much with Claire anymore?
They did once. That was Revelations 2.
I'm assuming that didn't turn out so well.
Oh, the game was actually, you know, the game, like the story and the characters were good. It was just it was a shame that it was episodic and that it was buggy to shit. Yeah, like Revelations was at the dark period where Capcom didn't really know what they were doing with Resident Evil anymore.
Okay. Alright. Well. Alright then. Real quick, let me just do something real quick. There we go. That's... Alright. Okay, so, we've been going for almost 5 hours now, and it's already past midnight. And it is Easter. He has risen. Woo! And we are done with our topic. So, I think I'm gonna call the stream here. So, any of you guys got any last words to say?
Nope.
Nope.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Zagok 2.0 when Bandai.
Zagok 2.0. A fellow amphibious mobile suit enjoyer, I see. Alright. So, that's it then. Thank you everyone who came. And we'll see you all next time. Good night!